Yes, that was very important. Yeah, chair workout, let's go. Work on that core.
Stretch those coffee muscles.
Ooh, getting the curls in. You know, got to make sure I'm maintaining that that strong upper arm with each of the reps. How are you doing, Bacon? Come on in, friends. Come on in. Yes, this is the P&O3 soundtrack. God. I was actually fearful that Longship Day was going to be nothing but dabs. And I realised that the only real muscles you use when dabbing is just these two bits, which could have led to a horror situation where I wouldn't end up so much built like a Dorito, but more like a 40k shoulder pad character. But meat, no one wants that. And yes, I am putting on the P&O3 tunes. I'm reminding myself of them in case they pop up again. Because goddamn, this soundtrack was unfairly good. Wolfgrad Shaunerus, Watto, and welcome, friends! Legend, I doubt I'd end up like full-on Space Marine mode unless they has some kind of silly buggers faction. Chaunerus, I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm definitely gonna do it. As I was saying to Fiona, like, I got a bit fucking wistful before we got started today. I might have seen on Twitter and stuff, but like, I did kind of a bit of a feelsy post on Facebook and stuff, and just saying like the original came out in January of 2005, and I went back through reels and albums and whatnot to try and find a picture of 2005 Will. You can see it on Twitter, like it's not a hidden thing. In fact, the only picture I could find was this massive red hoodie that I just lived out of. I had like a whole red and black thing going on for a while. And also, I was using a fucking pair of cyberpunk goggles as a hairband, as my hair was going through a very, very awkward phase. I think this was me growing it out after I had to shave it back due to terrible, terrible fucking dreadlocks. Megaboss and Keldra, Watto and welcome. Keldra, I hope the Weans haven't driven you out the wall yet. Megaboss, I hope it's enjoyable. Hey!
Hello, the chat. I have the gin. Let's do this.
Splendid. Although I will say, very doubtful, the gin days this week was Thursday and Friday. It's taken a while to get going, so I think I need to give myself a little break today. We put on the affordable gin. You know what? It's the P&O soundtrack. I'll just let it play. If it's not good, it's not good. Because I remember not all of the tracks are bangers. Oh, very doubtful. No. My liver is not wise. Oh. Well, Keldra, the good thing about Resident Evil 4 is that while I can take you through all the wonderful and incredible little things it doesn't ask much of you intellectually. Well...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Yeah, that was. I was gonna say that there are no real jump scares in Resident Evil 4, but very doubtful has decided that is not the case. Fucking yo. Yes, apparently today House Carl brought the big gun. Very doubtful. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Gotta love the Longshipian Whiplash. And Wolfgrad, thank you for the pint glass as well. Fuck. No, very doubtful. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. You got a ton of people and some high-powered pulls as well. So you got Ark of the Conclave, Bonken, Kansan, Rishinobi, Sage Bell, 907 Nico, Unbalanced, difficult to strike, Miss Jester, that's a good one. Not sure who Jarok is, or Sharkborn, but we know who Zeke is. Also XO, Woolly Massacre. A title that implies so much. Frederick, Handlebar, Ale, Ezra Onyx, fancy. Pondius, Aquabiscus, Firesong, and Sir One Brains Salot. Yeah, that was some. Well, very doubtful. Again, that's super fucking kind of you. And hopefully you have a decent gin about you. Yeah, sorry, wow, that fucking thank you. Sorry, it threw me right for a loop. Fucking yo. And Wet Paint Gaming, what'll you do when you finally catch up? Also, Wolfcrad, thank you kindly for filling up the pint glass. Look, it's all neat and lovely. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Just the... You know what? If you... Oh, yeah, here's the banger. This one was definitely added to Mercenary mode. But yeah, if you didn't see it on Twitter, I basically sat down and had a look at... Like... I tried to find a picture of 2005 Will, and yeah, this is the... I don't know if I'd call it a glow-up, but boy howdy was I a fucking dork. But...
This is too neat. Cannonball.
And Numbers took exception to that, and grabbed the Yaldum. Numbers, fucking thank you, friend. Up, and the Yaldum jumped immediately. What was that? Fucking yo!
It sure smells like immersive sim in here.
Well, there's a cover that needs to happen. Megaboss, fucking thank you as well. Fucking yo. Leperios, you promised you wouldn't tell anyone. Fucking. But yeah.
How rude. Also train.
I don't make the rules. Anyway, 1, how are you all doing? 2, yeah, this is the difference between Resident Evil GameCube and Resident Evil Remake right there. I'm very doubtful. Thank you, Fred. An extremely festive guy. I will say the one thing that giant fucking hoodie and things hid was how thin I was. Like, yup.
Snipe.
There is a battle going on. Numbers, it's yours. Also, I hope you had a great time at SakuraCon yesterday. Apparently there's a Gundam painting contest going on. I got sent some pictures of some of the entries, and I'm like, you know what? We could hold our own. Maury Kane? Watto and welcome. Hello, how are you doing? And to the Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. So yeah, if I seem a tad wistful today, I think. Oh, okay, no, we're into the bangers. God, love it or loathe it, you cannot argue that Piano 3 did not have a banging soundtrack. Look, okay, we're playing a remake of one of the Capcom 5. I picked one of the other Capcom 5 for the soundtrack because, Beautiful Joe did slap, but the tunes weren't as good. And shit, like, Piano 3 was basically like, we're just gonna do a cyber raver who shoots people with their hands. Why? Reasons. Just reasons. Whether or not I'm actually going to be able to carry on a conversation while listening to this, I don't know. Oh yeah, Alnus, absolutely. Piano 3 walked so Bayonetta could run. And it's just the fact that it was so unapologetic in what it was. You couldn't move and shoot, not because of any tactical reason, but because that's just how it is. You know, it was all to the rhythm style. Good times, good times. Sorry, yeah, I guess I'm a bit... So, today's gonna be a lot, alright? So, if I get a bit lost down memory lane, if I get a bit into the weeds, please bear with me. I'm gonna try and infer as much knowledge from back in the day as possible, and we're gonna try and test out a few things. So, like, in the opening section, I'm gonna do some dumb things. Mainly because I want to see if there's any other new reactionary stuff. We saw some of it in the demo, but, like... Moose was saying, assume we can work out the Capcom 5 numerical sequence here. So Piano 3, RE4, Beautiful Joe. Oh, okay. Well, Haldrix, lovely to have you with us under a new moniker. My dyslexic ass will probably trip over that a few times before I get it right. But Watto and welcome proper, alright? I just love the fact that these tunes were so good they got reused for other Capcom titles. Hell, there's one person in the industry I'm only really friends with them because they have a Piano 3 avatar for Twitter. Again, so what was the other one from the Capcom 4 that released? The Capcom 5 that released? Okay, it's called the Capcom 5, only 4 released. Capcom 5. Oh, Killer 7! Oh, well that fucks the number convention, right, in the numerical system. God damn it, Killer 7! Okay, you know what, I shouldn't be surprised that Piano 3 was directed by Shinji Mikami. So drastically different than anything else they did. Good times, good times. Yeah, you know what, Martin, you're spot on. If there's one individual that would go, fuck your convention, it's Suda51. And Dead Phoenix we never got. Good times, good times. Oh yeah, so very doubtful. You probably missed the whole drama, but Demeanor Oh boy. So the person that made Demeanor went off the deep end, like unhinged insane. They started putting in like anti-vax conspiracy theories in their patch notes. So much so, in fact, that Demeanor has been pulled from Steam. Yeah. Now, I do not disagree that the Demeanor soundtrack is banging. I don't know who did it, but yeah. Yeah, he went fucking nuts. Like, full on... Forgive me, friends, but I can't think of a better term. Like, drinking his own pee in a bunker. Like, loopy bananas. Although, very doubtful, we have found a new party game that has kind of fit that, like, Will gets to yell a lot and Yul can heckle me, called King of the Castle. Which is like a legacy board game for Twitch. It's basically, what if you smashed Crusader Kings and Jackbox together? So... Oh yeah, no, Warfare, like... That dude went properly insane. If you want to catch up on it, Stephanie Sterling did some very, very good videos about the descent into madness. It's fucking wild. And like, we mentioned this yesterday, but the lengths that you have to go to now to get pulled off of Steam it takes effort to be that unhinged. I don't think there were even any bikes left over for the amount of yikes we went through. One of these days, someone is going to give me control of a sound system in a venue, and it's just going to be the Piano 3 soundtrack. Oh, yes. So, Hal, you are correct that Dark and Darker got taken off of Steam, but that's due to Nexon filing a DMCA takedown. Like, a proper, they stole assets and code. So, that whole thing's going to get fucking messy. I will be very surprised if we actually see Dark and Darker make it to release. Amos, stop it, mate. Amos, leave it! No. Yeah, very doubtful. If you find out who did the Demeanor soundtrack, I'd be very curious to know. Yeah, so again, friends, forgive me if I'm a bit wavy-davy today. Like... Oh, very doubtful. Have you not met him? Amos, come here. Amos, come here, buddy. He is not listening to me at all. Hey, River, you want to come here? Nah, they are done with me. Okay. Very doubtful. Amos is our youngest pup. He's a rescue. He's been a saga. And the last couple of days, he has been chaos incarnate. But yeah, so, sorry. You'll all have to forgive me if I get a bit lost on memory lane on this one, because, like, I had a look at the timelines. Resident Evil on the GameCube dropped in January of 2005. So that means that I was 19, right? Thing was, I got kicked out of home before I turned 20. So that means that at some point between there and August, I got chucked out. And yeah, that's definitely a package of things to open. And trying to place the timelines, like, I didn't get kicked out long after my ankle healed, because I shattered it from free running. which is partly the reason why I binged a lot of GameCube games, because, you know, for a while, I had to keep my leg in the air for like a fucking half a week or something, which was the worst. So I was just in pain on the couch with my leg up so I didn't get blood clot. But that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of GameCube era titles that I binged. When I tell you I played Time Splitters 2 on the GameCube, that's a slight understatement. There isn't anything in Time Splitters 2 on the GameCube that I did not do. Every challenge, every mode, the don't get hit in the church zombie mode. Oh, that was a lot. And Dustin Watto, and welcome. So, yeah, it's a weird thing to think about, but like, at least like putting the timelines together, Resi Evil was probably one of the main games that I was going hard on, yeah, before my life got turned upside down. Now, I mean, we've talked about this a lot. I experienced what we would call diet homeless, which is like, I crashed on couches, I bunked around, until I eventually got myself set up. So, like, I never slept on the streets, I never slept rough, and like, looking back on it now, especially during, like, you know, the early 2000s, there wasn't really too much of a risk, because we're talking like pre-2008 like financial crash, and shit, yeah, by the time that hit, I was actually set up, like I was working a decent job. Hell, it's kind of wild to think how much used to happen in a year back then. So I wonder if that's kind of where a large proportion of my obsession with like the Capcom 5 and that Cube era, because I was going over like the timelines in my head, and a lot of the PS2 era classics that I talk about and have played, I realized that I didn't get a PS2 of my own until I was already working at Molly's, at Molyneux, which was the post-production house in Soho. Because I bought it cheap, and I just would find Amos, leave her alone. River, you want to come in here? Yeah, it's alright, River. You leave her alone. Yeah, so like looking at the timelines and how they panned out. Amos, stop, mate. River, come here. River, come here. Sorry, wrangling dogs. River, come here. River, come here. Come hang out. No, go on. Good big girl. Alright. We got a river. Yeah. That's what it's there for, so you can have a break. So yeah, now we have our Resident Evil companion, Bobby. Okay. Yes, I know, River. You are the bestest big girl in the whole wide world. So yeah, I don't know how today's going to shape out. My goal is to try and give you all a bit more insight into like RE4, why it was so influential and the things that it did, and then have a look at what they've changed and evolved on for this one. You know, we've talked a lot about remakes in the gaming space and how sometimes they are an opportunity to revisit concepts with fresh ideas. You know, like when you think about how large the space on a GameCube disc was, how much you had to work with, like, the limitations placed on creatives making anything for hardware at that point is wild comparable to what we have access to now. Like, these days, it's pretty much like, oh, how big's your game? Yes. Like, it's... The limitations that we have now are so light comparable to what we used to have to deal with. And, I mean, shit, Resident Evil 4 wrote the guidebook on how to do so many things that have now become commonplace in video games. I was reading about one particular title. Sorry, I was casting my mind to try and remember the article, but one of the newer titles just released is like 155 gigs. 155 gig. Yeah. So, there was an economy of work with a lot of the classic Capcom titles. And with those limitations removed, like, what have they changed? What have they evolved? Like... Stepagen, you fucking legend! I'm sorry, House Order. Apparently Stepagen saw that and went, this will not stand. It's fucking kind of you. Thank you. And Fred? Yeah, come on by. We're going to be getting started in a bit. Rilu, how are you feeling? I made you a coffee, but then I drank it, sorry. But yeah, the Resident Evil franchise as a whole has been one of my favorites because I've been lucky enough to experience most of them as they dropped and as the story... And okay, I shouldn't say the story. As the way in which they've told stories has changed and evolved. You know. While they were not what we could... Well, they are... I'm trying to think how to phrase this, you know what I mean? Because, like, Resident Evil 1 was not the very first air quotes survival horror game. But boy howdy was it the game that made people have to find a term to define it, which became survival horror. Survival horror is a term that doesn't really get banded around as much these days, and its meaning has become, like, quirkier and murkier. Also, this was another track from the Mercenary mode in Resident Evil 4. But it absolutely set a standard, and it cannot be understated how powerful Resident Evil was as part of PlayStation's basically blowing the doors off. Like, Nintendo and Sega, as we well know, were in a bit of a fucking land war for both the preteen and teen demographics, right? There was lots of, whoa, and how cool! Lots of, you know, mud-flinging back and forth of, you know, Sega does what Nintendo, and Nintendo going, fuck you, we have Link, I guess. Other people had tried to move into the space, like, loads of pretenders to the throne tried to step up, and they all fucking died. No one talks about the 3DO apart from weird, unhinged gingers on the internet. And while the Atari Jaguar did have some interesting ideas, like the little slot-down thing, there wasn't a follow-up to the Atari Jaguar. Wait, no, the Lynx was the handheld one. God. Hell, even Apple tried their hand at making a console. Yeah, it did not go well. So, one of the things that was so powerful in Sony joining the fray and Sony becoming one of the big powerhouses was how they positioned themselves. While Nintendo and Sega were fighting over the teens and preteens, the perceived cool, Sony went, well, fuck, what if we go for the 20-somethings? What if we go for the, you know, the people who think they would be super into hip-hop and graffiti and, you know, grown-up themes and topics and ideas? So not only was their marketing on point, but their initial lineup was strong. You had Abe's Odyssey, admittedly a game for all ages, but like nothing anybody had seen in 1,000 years. Mechanically, it was similar to like Flashback, but narratively, it had this like solve it your way dialogueless story unfurling. You had obviously Tomb Raider, which was a free-form action game, unlike a lot of things that people had seen before, and with a strong female protagonist. And then we got Resident Evil, which firmly wore its little 18 sticker on the case, at least in the UK. Now, Final Fantasy...
What a save. Sorry. Rocket League on the brain.
You know, some people say that Mal's still in Rocket League to this day. Some people say Mal never left. Oh, also, Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. After Stepagen not only took the Yaldum, but undid your hard work. Now, again, this is all stuff we know, but I just wanted to set it up. Because, like, Final Fantasy VII was a big hit as part of solidifying the PlayStation's identity. But to my understanding, it wasn't an opening salvo like a lot of the others. Yeah, very doubtful. It was a long time ago. In fact, what's interesting, Alnus, is like of the setups, like Crash Bandicoot was possibly the safest thing they did, because as we all remember, back then consoles were led by mascots. So you had a console, the console had a mascot, and that was your Ichiban title. That was your tentpole. So you know, Nintendo had Mario, Sega had Sonic. PlayStation was meant to have Crash Bandicoot. There was a whole marketing campaign where he yells shit at Nintendo. It was whatever. In all honesty, it was much more in keeping with how other teams were doing their marketing at the time. But it was that trifecta of experiences that were so firmly targeted at, you know, early to mid-20s that were very much saying like, no, this isn't for kids. And numbers, you are right that Sega had the illustrious Sega Satar Sanshiro, but he wasn't used in any of the American ads. Like, I don't know if you all remember any of the US Saturn ads, but they were not good. And again, okay, you all know this. I guess at this point I'm just talking about it because I love it. Like, I don't have any additional insight. No! Busy! No! I gotta... Maybe when I have money again, I'll get a cord extender so I can hear y'all while I'm making a tit of myself. Absolute buggers, a lot of you. A lot of you! Sorry, River. This is just part and parcel. Avatar! And before you ask, yes, my t-shirt does say, in space no one can hear you stream. But yeah, sorry. I don't mean to go over stuff we already know as much, but I think it's a good grounding for how influential Resident Evil was. You know, this was a horror game, first and foremost. There were zombies back before zombies had their big revival. Like, the Romero influences were plastered all over. And, as a fun fact, Resident Evil 2 had a special commercial directed by grandfather of zombies himself, George Romero. So, there's a fun fact. There was a treatment for the Resident Evil movie written by George that never got picked up. The script is not great. It's not great. I understand why it didn't get made. But, I mean, shit, if you know anything about zombies, you know that George's whole hook was using zombie films to tell social stories. Mal's like, zombies only got revived once. How greedy are they gonna be? They want them all. Friends, they want them all. Okay. So yeah, like, the success of Resident Evil, especially the fact that it had a director's cut release, was... At least I can't necessarily comment to the same extent in the US, but in the UK, was huge. The director's cut had an elongated live-action intro and outro. They were in color, and the intro showed more blood and violence. Other than that, there weren't really that many changes, you know. It was still the same old Resi Evil with the same old 1-2 animation for talking. Oh, if you didn't play a lot of Resident Evil back in the day, anytime two characters talked, they would only do this. They had the point and the swipe. So they'd stand motionless and they'd be like, "You were almost a Jill sandwich." Fucking great. Resident Evil 2's impact is another one that was just fucking massive. And 3 definitely closed out the trilogy well. But with very much the evolution further and further into action. Now, discussions about Code Veronica and other Resident Evil titles are worth discussing, but... Sorry. It's worth thinking about the fact that Nintendo paid through the nose for the Capcom 5. And it does make me wonder, like, what would have happened if Capcom hadn't had that big injection of cash for those exclusives. Now, also, as a complete side, Resident Evil 4 did have one of the greatest game controllers of all time, an honest-to-goodness chainsaw controller that came in a faux glass blood-splattered case. Still regret not picking that up when I had the chance. And Fred, you know what? It is fascinating to watch it swing back. Fred was saying that throughout Resident Evil's history, it's fascinating to see the pendulum swinging from horror to action. Because yes, the first Resident Evil was very campy, but it was the best in its class, right? Hey! Coming in, friend, coming in. We're talking about Resident Evil before we start playing Resident Evil. And yes, we are listening to the PNO3 soundtrack because it's my show, and I'm on a weird nostalgia kicker right now, so let's fucking go! Sorry, hey Shift, what were you playing? How was your day? Tell me your tales and thank you for the raid. Sorry, I'm gonna be a lot all over the place today. Like, we're going back into some core memories for me. Midoriko, Watto and welcome. To the Rainbow Maker, Watto and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. Oh, you're also playing Resident Evil 4. Brilliant. But yeah, so jumping back. Throughout the original trilogy, Resi 1, 2, and 3, we'll just focus on those ones. You can see the evolution of, like, horror to action, essentially. Now, it's probably worth noting that the amount of people that finished the first Resident Evil game was definitely not as many people as bought it. Like, it was a weird juxtaposition of point-and-click adventure puzzle solving combined with a count-your-bullets action system that people weren't used to. It ended up kind of solidifying Resident Evil as, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the right words. We can't call it a cult hit because it was a mainstream success. But the kinds of people that got good at Resident Evil were definitely a niche group into themselves, you know? And yeah, I mean, fuck, the amount of influence that Resident Evil would have on the entirety of the industry. You know, I often think about things like Parasite Eve and Dino Crisis. Hell, even the shite ones like Deep Fear. Deep Terror, I forget, which was a Sega exclusive, kind of like Undersea the Thing Resident Evil mashup. Oh, sorry, and Scarred in Alaska, Watto and welcome. But one of the things that was really starting to show towards the end of Resi 3, and definitely in Code Veronica, was that the pace at which first-person shooters was advancing was definitely pushing the expectation. So, to put it into example, so Resident Evil 3 original. So the original Resident Evil 3 dropped in 1999, which is, I mean, that's fine, but when did good old Half-Life drop? And yes, I am too decaffeinated to remember. The original Half-Life dropped the year before, a game that featured horror elements, countable bullets, the whole shebang. It did not have the slot inventory or the put gem in crest and put crest gem in the door just so you can take a piss. But the evolution of what people were able to do in other spaces meant that the static tank controls survival horror space was losing ground. You know. And that's where the jump from 3 to 4 becomes such a fascinating touchstone in video games. And that's one of the reasons why I'm glad to see it remade. Because, okay, Resident Evil 4 was not perfect, but it is absolutely one of the stepping stones in our industry. You know, the team at Capcom took the concept of Resident Evil and went, all right, how can we put this into more modern technology? Now, because Jackie was saying they never really played a Resident Evil game. So the things to know from a creative standpoint. No, we're not doing boss music. No. 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 Sorry, I'm just arguing with Piano 3. Alright, I think I need some smooth jams before we continue. Actually, you know what? I'll just settle for some 2000s nonsense. Okay, there we go. Understand a little bit. Okay, yeah, so the things that you need to know from Resident Evil was that they used pre-rendered environments with 3D models moving over it to create the facsimile of a fully 3D environment on very limited hardware. So, from our perspective as the player, the characters are running around a fully 3D mansion. But in actuality, they're pre-rendered 3D assets, essentially on a sort of flat plane. Like, it's very rudimentary. But they made it work. And the move from Resi 1 to Resi 2, they just upped what was done with it. They spread it across 2 games to allow for a lot more content. And they fully utilized the fact that, you know, FMV videos were super easy to do on CD, so that they could create fancy transitions or have visuals that were actually flaming. But again, for all intents and purposes, working on flat spaces. Resi 3 definitely implemented a lot more variety in terms of like angles and shots and how it was put together, but the core things to take away from the experience of the early Resident Evils was you're using tank controls. That means that forwards and backwards and left and right are relative to where your character is facing, not relative to camera positioning, which is different than a lot of other 3D titles. The other being that enemies could exist in spaces you couldn't see. So if you were in a really weird camera angle area in like the library, and there's a zombie like down the other side, you can hear them, but you can't see them. There's no camera to move around. And a lot of people theorize like, yo, how can you take that same slow, shambling tension and put it into a 3D environment? You know, it was a genuine question of like, how is survival horror going to evolve beyond this very simplistic, you know, tank controls action angle? And so Resident Evil 4 came up with a ton of clever things. So firstly, the proto aim down sights. And I don't mean like sniper scopes and things like that, which were being experimented with in a bunch of different games. But the idea that your character is kind of just doing charactery things, and when they actually stop and aim their gun, it essentially focuses you in. Now, this would end up being one of the most powerful tools that Capcom uses, because you could aim real careful. You could pop those domes, make those headshots, clack them in the knee, feel like a real badass. But when aiming down, the camera focuses in, gets you real tunnel vision-y, meaning you don't see Zambi here and you don't see Zambi here. They didn't have to up the speed of the enemies. They could still have this feeling like you're getting encroached, like the villagers are circling around you. Because if you're not paying attention, they're going to get you from the sides. It's full-on clever girl. I know you. I know. You're the best girl. You're a very clever girl too. So it was just a very elegant solution to try and emulate the feeling of those classic survival horror stuff. Oh yeah, no, Alice, it's exactly what Final Fantasy was doing with pre-rendered backgrounds. I mean, shit. If you want to see how far they pushed the tech back then, look up the transitions from Final Fantasy VIII. Because more so than any other of the PS1 era Square titles, those transitions were fucking mind-blowing. But the difference being with what Square was doing was that they weren't asking people to actually fight and interact in that space. You know, the pre-rendered spaces were lovely to explore and discover, but you weren't asked to actually whack things or shoot them in the gob. The other thing that Resident Evil 4 is going to be doing a lot of, and I hope they keep, is a lot of, like, honest-to-goodness, like, schlock and cheese. For those of you that are lactose intolerant, the plot to Resident Evil 4 might be a bit much. If you have Lactaid, you'll want to take it before we get started. But, you know, you are Leon S. Kennedy. You survived the Raccoon City incident. You now work for the Secret Service, and you've been sent alone to go and save the president's daughter from generic Spanish-ish village. Like, that's the setup of Resi 4. You have one person on the comms to help you out. But the one thing that still sticks with me is no matter how ridiculous it got, there's a level of authenticity. Kind of... My friend likened it to... I'm trying to think of a good example. My friend likened it to Ash versus the Evil Dead, or... I mean, shit, even like late seasons of Supernatural, where everyone is treating the plot beats with genuine authenticity. That's the word I was grasping for. Despite how ridiculous they are. Well, see, and now that's the thing. At least in terms of storytelling, Resident Evil's like 1 and 2 were the ones breaking ground, right? So you can look back on old, You Were Almost at Jill Sandwich and be like, alright, nobody else had done special forces in a mansion full of zombies before. That was a unique idea. And then Resident Evil 2, holy shit, we're doing Dawn of the Dead on the streets. Zombies everywhere, explosions, oh my god. Why is the police station also a creepy mansion? You know what? Don't think about it. Sorry, sometimes I think about what the Raccoon City judicial system would have been like. To file your defense against a parking ticket, you have to find the 14 wolf gems that allow you to go into the secret, parking municipal building. Alright, River, that wasn't funny. I understand. I'm doing my best here. Sorry. Yeah. Well, and I will say, with Resident Evil 3, they managed to up the ante by adding this, basically persistence predator that could show up at any point. Because they kind of realized that after a certain stage, the Resident Evil community had learned how to handle zombies, how to move through this environment. Unlike the very first title, the first time people experienced the mansion, they couldn't shit people up like they used to. So what did they do? They took a Titan, gave him a rocket launcher, and just went, go wild, mate, go wild. Just stalk him around a bit, have fun. But Resident Evil 3's focus on action definitely created this interesting juxtaposition. Now, when we played the Resident Evil 3 remake, that was a straight up, like, 80s action movie with that level of cheese. Like, Jill is basically our Sigourney Weaver throughout it. They are gun-toting, they've survived zombies, they know what's going down. Like, it is entirely believable when Jill starts handling a fucking railgun towards the end. You're like, yeah, no, that tracks. That tracks. Whereas 4 is its own special flavor of nonsense. Again, I'm going to be very interested to see what they do with this, and we're going to be getting it started in a little bit. Oh yeah, and hell, the original Resident Evils are hard to play. I've gone back, I've tried to play tank control games. It is very painful. I'm very glad we're getting some remakes, you know what I'm saying? But oh yeah, Moose, between Resi 1 and Resi 3, the Alien to Aliens analogy is spot on, complete with the mercenaries and the whole shebang, right? But 4 was something else. 4 would be the first time that Capcom would completely change the format up on us for a sequel. 5 was another solid attempt at the co-op horror, which there are a few indie teams that have succeeded, and there've been more than a few attempts, but like RE5 is absolutely just a pure out-and-out buddy cop action game where they should have hired a diversity consultant, is all I'm going to say on that one. We probably won't be playing Resident Evil 5 on stream. And Resident Evil 6 is a fascinating touchstone because you can feel the interference. Like, if you haven't played Resident Evil 6, it is meant to be the culmination of all the stories of 4, 5, and 6 coming together. The story of the Las Pagalas, Umbrella, super molten Wesker nonsense. It all comes together in 6. The problem was, it was such an attempt to try and court as many AAA markets as possible. The multiple characters, the focus on each one was so strange and so dissipated that it really does feel like a designed by committee game. Each of the characters, it feels like they're trying to hit a different AAA USP point, you know what I mean? Sorry, USP point is like saying point twice. USP is unique selling point. It's a marketing term for like back-of-the-box features, right? Oh, Megaboss, have a lovely rest of your evening. Have a great weekend, alright? And Phyllis, you're not wrong on that. I mean, we all know the story. Devil May Cry is an offshoot from attempts to make Resident Evil 4. And you'll also notice that that Devil May Cry does use at times some of the static camera angle setups. I'd have to go back and look to remember whether or not Devil May Cry uses pre-rendered environments, but it absolutely uses the static camera. And Onimusha did use the pre-rendered environments with more of an action setup, and it's easy to like. Onimusha was very, very successful. The Onimusha cinematics were like Capcom's pride and joy for a whole heap. Hell, like, it's easy to forget that Onimusha 3 had Jean Reno as one of the characters. However, I will never forgive them for redubbing Jean Reno with the most generic American voice actor. Because at the beginning of the game, it's kind of like a fish out of water story. Our good man, is it Samanosuke? The main character from Onimusha is dropped into modern Paris, and Jean Reno's character, who I'm just going to call him Jean Reno because he's a fucking great actor. He's dropped into Sengoku Jidai Japan. Like, Nobunaga's a demon doing demony shit, right? And during the opening scene, it's just Jean Reno speaking French. When they drop him back in time, a magical fairy gives him the power to speak Japanese, right? And at that point, he is just dubbed by some rando American voice actor, and it is grating. Very doubtful. I think that is entirely fine. I have made no secret of the fact that throughout my life I've been a Resident Evil obsessive. I found out about Airsoft looking up merch from Resident Evil 2 when I found out that you could get a one-to-one replica of the Samurai Edge, the special Beretta given to the STARS members. And in something called Airsoft. And then I started researching that, and then my teenage brain went, whoa! I have watched the cast commentary of the OG Resident Evil movie more times than I care to admit. And one of the things that shined through is, like, the whole cast of that movie had a great time making it. They went to a lot of clubs in Eastern Europe. But one of the things that's interesting, and we'll come back to this later, I don't know if it's going to be in this, but the iconic scene from the Resident Evil movie involving the lasers, that got added into 4. Like, it's an example of, like, you have the source material, and then you have, like, the adaptation of the source material. And that adaptation doing something so interesting and creative, it ends up influencing the very thing that it was a... I keep saying derivative, I need a better term, but yeah, it's wild. You know, we talked about it a lot when we were talking about... we were talking a lot about it when we were talking about, like, paratext and stuff. Not quite... Very doubtful. It wasn't quite Harley Quinn, but definitely that same through line, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think if we've had any examples of, like, good Harley Quinn situations in games now. As I'm sure you all know, but just for context, what I assume very doubtful means is that Harley Quinn was a character made for Batman the Animated Series, just kind of like as a sidekick throwaway character for the Joker, who ended up being very successful, ended up being very, very complex, to the point that fans were clamoring to know more. It's now reached the point where Harley has, like, films and cartoons and a huge imprint in, like, nerd media as a whole, despite being created to just kind of be there. I'm trying to think if there's anything in video games that we've seen that's the same, or at least has that same through line, but I'll probably need a lot more coffee today. Okay, Analyst, you are correct. Jumping back, the difference between knowing that Jean Reno speaks English and knowing how much he costs on a day rate for a game with fully voiced characters. Yeah. Now, Wolfgrad, the Mortal Kombat soundtrack is another example of where, like, the adaptation is so successful that it influences the original works, but I'm scratching my head to think of any more, like... There must be a situation where something was added to a title and it ended up becoming more wildly successful than the original. Be it a character, but I cannot think of what it is. No, nothing's coming to my mind. Annoyingly, every time I'm kind of like going into the memory banks to try and find something, my brain keeps just pulling out the Yakuza zombie survival game they made a few years back that did terribly. But it exists. It obviously isn't canon, but the cast of Yakuza are walled into their little corner of Shibuya. Is it Shibuya? One part of Tokyo. And have to survive a zombie apocalypse while doing Yakuza stuff. Oh, Alnus. See, that's one of those ones where you're technically correct, but the influence of Drakengard into Nier is the most offhand, tangential link. And you have to go to such lengths to be able to even, like, see it. It's... I mean, shit, even the Howard the Duck at the end of a Marvel movie has more of a through link, you know what I mean? But it does mean that Nier and Drakengard took place in the same universe. And heavily implies that at some point there was, like, a return to medieval magic combat that happened in our world. But that's a whole nother story. Y'all aren't ready for Will on Drakengard, alright? Y'all aren't ready. God, we haven't even done the Nier remake yet. Anyway, you know what? My brain's turning to mush. And we have a lot of possibly very silly dialogue and exposition to get through. So, let's get the game started. I've got to make sure I pick the correct Resident Evil. Because feck y'all games companies that keep doing remakes where it's just exactly the same name. I'm trying to think if there's anything to mention before we get started. Pause the monkey ball jams. I guess the only thing to mention is that in the Resident Evil timeline, like 1, 2, and 3 are all part of the Raccoon City Arklay Mountains incident, right? Oh, that's loud. Oh, please don't do that in the ear. Okay. For those who don't know, Evil Biomegacorp Umbrella had a research facility in Colorado, near a town called Raccoon City. They paid off absolutely the fuck everybody. They basically own this town. They even paid for a special, like, multidisciplinal police unit called STARS, Special Tactics and Rescue Squad. And these were, like, ex-military, ex-survivalists, like, cops. One was, like, a battlefield medic. No one apparently thought that this was weird, that they had this superstar, special, you know, all-star team in this tiny little backwater town, but fuck it, whatever. Alnus, the amount of actual raccoons in Raccoon City was unfortunately small. And the fact that their leader was Wesker, the absolute most 80s villain you've ever seen. Shades indoors, slick back hair, the accent, the whole shebang. Martin makes a good point that anyone that did find it weird was also paid a lot not to. So, the STARS team gets sent in to handle a distress call at a nearby mansion. Now, Alpha Team was already sent in. Bearing in mind, this means that the Raccoon City Police Department had 2 teams in STARS with a helicopter each. Alright? I just want to let you know how ostentatiously ridiculous this is. Anyway, Alpha Team goes in. No one hears back from them. It's bad. So, you as the player, either as Chris or as Jill, are sent in. Oh no, it's zombies. Everything's bad. Turns out, evil lab underneath. The next part is that Yul was sent in not to save the day, but to just see how a myriad of different specialists would handle a zombie outbreak. Anyway, Umbrella Corporation evil, you'll make it out of the mansion, hooray hooray. There's even like the final FMV cutscene is like everybody just like asleep in the back of the helicopter, just like Jurassic Park. It's fucking funny as. And yeah, if you ever want to see these live action cutscenes, I will show you. They are the wonderfully dumbest. Okay. Obviously, the zombies aren't contained. They spill out down to Raccoon City. Shit goes bad. Well, okay. Technically, after things start going sideways, one specific researcher, William Birkin, attempts to take his research and fuck off. He's been making a new kind of zombie virus. I forget the different letter designation, but there was like there's like the T virus, the Z virus, and the fucking umlaut virus or whatever. Anyway, William Birkin, he's gonna take his research and he's gonna fuck off. Umbrella's like, nah, fam, not allowed. They send in their special forces. Oh shit, you're talking about Harley Quinn characters. Hunk is definitely the Harley Quinn of the Resident Evil franchise. Hunk and his squad of gas-masked, like nondescript Umbrella SWAT people go in. They weren't supposed to kill William Birkin. They did. They shot him up a whole bunch, except for he didn't die because they killed him. They tried to kill him in his own lab, so he just injects a fuckload of T-virus into himself, because of course you do. He becomes Bad Times Bears. Red-Blooded Dragon. Hunk had a squad. Oh yeah, Alnus, Tofu is also Deadpool. The fact that Tofu hasn't had their own game is fucking criminal. But we'll get to Tofu later. Anyway, Hunk was the only member of the special team sent to kill Will Birkin who makes it out. And in the original Resident Evil 2 cutscene, he's not named. I think they offhand mention that his code name is Hunk in one of the headphones. In one of the varying like little files you find. Hunk would go on to have his own special forces team in a different game, which was hot trash garbage, called Operation Raccoon City, which I will stream for you if I ever get the chance / the money to do it. Because, yo, you want to see a game that tried to do something weird and failed? There we go. Okay, adjust until the pattern is barely billable. There we go. But yeah. It's not. The thing is, like, Operation Raccoon City was not good, but they tried to do a lot of good stuff. Yeah, Hunk would be the sole survivor of a lot of different Resident Evil flavored nonsense. Oh, and Mercenary Mode has been added, which we will not be playing off the bat. Oh, they got the good old completion bonuses. Oh, good times. In the original, you unlocked bottle cap toppers. Okay, so what do you need to know? Okay, yeah, so Resident Evil 2, it breaks out in the city because of fuckery. This is where young Leon Kennedy is going to his first day of work as a Raccoon City police officer. Let me tell you how that day went. He meets a biker, that's Claire, Chris's sister, and they proceed to survive all of the nonsense. The only thing you need to know is one of the OG people from Resident Evil 1, Jill, throws Leon a rocket launcher at the end, like some kind of, I don't know, like mentor figure. Resident Evil 3 is taking place between the mountain incident and the outbreak inside of Raccoon City. Like, shit's been going bad for at least a day or two. At this point, zombies have overrun Raccoon City and it is locked down. Umbrella have sent in their own personal PMC army. Guess what? They're expendable. And Jill is basically fighting her way out of the city. It's very action-packed. The hook is that the Nemesis, a specific Titan, has been unleashed to kill every STARS member left. Basically, the STARS team were used as the original experiment, and they know more than anyone else. So Umbrella's like, they gotta go! So they send literally the worst thing they could. Spoiler, Nemesis don't die easy. Nemesis get worse. And that was pretty much where the story was left off. We didn't know what was going down with Chris. We assumed he was in therapy. Turns out, instead of going to therapy, Chris went to the gym for several years. We wouldn't see him again until his arms were like he was stealing watermelons up his shirt. And Leon apparently joined the Secret Service to be bodyguard to the president. I forget what Jill's up to at this point. Claire tried to fight Umbrella directly. In fact, Claire became basically an eco-terrorist taking out Umbrella Corporation bases across the world. Gets caught, gets sent to Umbrella's personal prison island. And you can imagine how that goes. That's Code Veronica. Well, so Red Burning Dragon, for this one, Leon joins the military and then enlists in the Secret Service. I don't remember if that was canonical originally, but... sorry, the reason why I'm going through this like little history lesson before we get started is that in terms of the narrative, there's a big old gap between the end of the Raccoon City incident and this. Like, Umbrella Corporation's been kind of having a bad time, even though they didn't get in too much trouble, you know. The US government still had to nuke a city. So you can imagine how that went. No one's really heard from Umbrella in a while. Is it Jill that get... No, Martin, you're thinking of Claire that gets bug brainwashed for RE5. So Bismarck says, what the fuck is the plot of 4 so far? Welcome to Resident Evil, friends! The plot is the president's daughter has been kidnapped and we've been sent to rescue her. That's it to start with. And again, here's the thing. Talking about the story of Resident Evil makes it seem so stupid and so dumb, but it is worth saying that all of the games, they kind of start off with this authenticity. You know, they were doing, if you'll forgive the term, they were doing Kojima bollocks before Kojima was on his bollocks, you know what I mean? That's a phrase I just said out loud on the internet and I can't take it back. But my point being, when you start Resident Evil 1, you've been sent in to rescue your co-workers who've gone missing in a mansion in the hills. You've got your trusty pistol and either your lockpicking kit or your beefcake muscle arms. Resident Evil 2, you're just a cop or a person who's heading into Raccoon City on the first day and finds the whole place completely overrun by the undead. Like, the jumping off point is very simple. This one's a bit more... because it's like, you're Secret Service and you're rescuing the president's daughter. Okay, alright, fine, I guess. But for a lot of them, the initial hook is actually quite simple. Now, Red Burning Dragon, 6 happened. 6 was a fucking disaster. And I don't say that lightly. Like, narratively, it's bad. The gameplay experience, the opening section you play as Leon is alright, but after that, it just gets so much worse. And 7 was fascinating because it wasn't a reboot per se, but it was a complete reworking, right? Yeah, Alanus, in fact, Resident Evil's strongest starts are one of the reasons why the series has endured, which is why 6 is absolute you know, pee pants on head garbage. Leon is what happens when you start with a sweeping haircut and build a man around it. Right. You know what? At this point, let's get started, so I'm not explaining to you a story that may be changed or tweaked. But yeah, that should be enough of a primer up until this point. Jackie, Chris Redfield is what would happen if you made a man out of the word swoll. It's more important to ask why is Chris Redfield. Alright, but without further ado, let's get this started. See, here's the P-balls. Should we go with hardcore? Because I have played a fuckload of Resident Evil 4. Are they going to tweak it? Or are we going to end up on having to replay a lot of segments? That's my only question. Because, like, with all of you lot here, I don't want you to have to watch me just, like, failing repeatedly at sections. I played the demo. It was solid. I did kind of kick a lot of ass, so maybe. But it's more about, like, what you lot will see rather than... so you know what? Let's go for standard. It's doubtful. You make a good point. We want more waffles than we want me going... Argh! And, as Fire Emblem has taught us...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fangoriously, thank you kindly for... Fucking hell, 52 months. Every time you come on by, you remind me of my favourite strong bad line ever. And that makes me smile. Kevin is being fangoriously devoured! No two people are not on fire. No, Fire Emblem is a good reminder that whilst we may have played things in our youth, we had a lot more time back then. And that sometimes changing the settings means not challenging yourself, but just replaying the same segment like 18 times. Okay. So let's get this started on standard. And yeah, we can change it. So alright. Let's see how much cheese we're going to get with this intro. Again, if you or anybody in your household suffers from lactose intolerance, take those lactate pills now, because I can't imagine the Resident Evil franchise has suddenly become a nuanced bastion of storytelling. Oh, Jackie, you get Schadenfreude with me playing Rain World. It's fine. You fucking wit! Alright, I guess we're just going straight into it, alright.
September 30th, 1998.
Fuck that one person, I
It's
guess.
a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice.
That look.
Punishing missions nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Meanwhile, in España.
Those wacky
So tell me, Yankee,
cults, what will they come
why
up
did you
with
come to
next?
this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
That someone must be very important, huh? The chief gave the orders himself. Help him, he said.
I'm sure you boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
The cheese has remained.
You have a strange sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
I think this is it. Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
Spoiler, he's not coming back.
Qué frío.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero? You smoke?
Dat hair.
Vaya.
Stop that incessant clicking.
To hold the whole of Spain. Thank you, Jackie.
Hey, ¿hay alguien ahí?
Emo Scott Kennedy.
Fucking yo. Lots of people have gone missing around here. I'm gonna wander out by myself. Pieces!
He sure is taking his time. Did he fall in? Maybe you better go and take a look.
Peas in Spanish.
Oh, watch the car. Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it. Okay. Chapter 1. So the only things to note there is we didn't get the usual like vomit of exposition. Previously, we'd have like a long drawn-out codex session with our handler. But I guess they're waiting for us to get involved.
How far could he have gone?
If I remember rightly, we might have to tweak the visuals so we can actually fucking see something. Because I think we had this problem with the demo. The contact shadow should be fine. Oh no, so Wolfcrad, in the previous title, it was one of the volumetrics. It was one of these settings which might have been volumetric. Was why it was super dark and we couldn't see anything. Oh man, can't turn on graphic dismemberment on. Oh, numbers. Do you mean for the OG or for this one? Because that's real fucking cool. Oh, motion blur off, please. Numbers was saying they kind of know the person who did the motion capture. Yeah, I remember we had this problem before. It's not brightness. Because if I pop the brightness up... I can see it a little bit, but like... Now, what option was it? I want to say it was resource intensity lighting. No. Friends, I'm so sorry. This isn't. This is definitely not the interesting, excitable part of this game. But yeah, we had this problem with the demo, and I can't remember which specific setting it was. Was it volumetric lighting? No. We can keep that on. Ambient occlusion. There we go. Now you all can actually see what's going on. Alright, numbers. You can. Thank you for asking. Okay, so now we get underway. So yeah, prior, at least as I remember it, we would have... there we go, the hero's journey. We'd have a very long, protracted codex session with our handler before getting to this point. So far, it does seem like this is pretty much just, you know, the demo and then some, which is fine. Also, the whole Mauschly meme is giving me fucking life. Does anyone know where Mauschly came from, specifically? If you haven't seen, but basically, after the re-release, the Resident Evil community has basically... They've taken to redrawing Ashley just as a tiny, cutie patootie mouse.
Home?
Why? I do not know, but they just have. Alrighty, obtained files. Looking through the hole in the wall. Sure, it's fine. Alana says that apparently it was a random tweet that just said, wouldn't it be funny if Ashley was a mouse? And the rest is history. The internet does what the internet will, I guess. This door seems fine. Still. Naru, I for one welcome our new mouse overlord. If Ratatouille has taught us anything... Now here's a curious one,
Sorry to barge in like this.
Have you tested to see what will happen if we throw all our goodies away at the beginning? Do we still get the machine pistol? Because I highly doubt it.
Vino aquí?
He's super dead. Good work, Leon.
This is not good.
I've been on the job 2 seconds. I have killed a random man. Good work, Leon. Yeah, that sure is an angle for that guy's neck to be at. Is anyone hungry?
Man, that stinks.
Does anyone want extra hair in their soup? No, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to make that joke. Alright, let's have a look at the... I know how to use a map. Keys and items, and the attaché case. God. Wild to think that while this was not the first game to do it, whenever people think of these kinds of inventory systems, like this is the one that springs to mind. I mean, Jonas, you know what? That's an honest-to-goodness question. All I can tell you is you were almost a Jill sandwich. Alright, let's go handle these dingleberries. Oh, they're not here yet. Oh, we gotta go down into the fucking basement. Sorry. Alanus, I mean, it is... One of the things that used to be, like, argued about a lot in nerdery circles was Resident Evil's inventory system. In the classics, what would happen is you had slots. And in Resident Evil 1, everything took up 1 slot. In Resident Evil 2, some things took up 2, like the shotgun. And it was mildly infuriating because you'd have to transport key items around the map. But, like, when you have like, 6 to 8 inventory slots, you have 1, maybe 2 guns, their ammo, and a healing item. Like, that's 5 or 6 of your 8 slots taken up, meaning that you could find stuff in the world and not have enough room in your inventory to pick them up. It's a moose.
Hey.
Super dead.
I read you. What's your situation?
Red Burning Dragon, you are correct. The OG titles limited your saves by giving you ink ribbons, which is another fascinating one. Because, like, the ink ribbons were simultaneously a method to make users stop and think about what they were doing. But it also limited the amount that you could save, meaning that it was unlikely players would, like, overload or override their memory cards. Remembering, friends, when the PS1 dropped, like consoles at the time, if you wanted to be able to save a game, you had to buy an additional accessory. I know we all know this, but it warrants reselling. Resaying. Piss up, mate.
No fucking way.
Oh, piss off!
This just keeps getting worse.
Damn, dude. Now, Alice makes a good point that, yes, the ink ribbons were another inventory slot. So that did mean that, so that did mean that you had yet another item that you had to keep track of. Now, most people would eventually just start stashing them in the safe rooms, but Yeah. I will say Gloomwood is the best reworking of the attaché case yet. Oh, fuck you, mate! Man! What? There we go. BAM! And stay down. That certainly could have gone much better than it did. One of the things that genuinely amused me was the idea that Leon spent most of the last few years just practicing roundhouse kicking. Like, Leon still has nightmares about what's-his-face, fucking Mr. X. Oh, drugs. Love drugs, me. Alright, good. Oh yeah, Naru Hoodie. Throughout this entire game, the only thing that will remain consistent is Leon's hair being perfect. Yeah, considering how many times we played the demo, I don't know why I'm failing so hard.
Bruce, this is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up. Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are... Gotta go. Talk later. I'll let myself out.
Action cheese! So Red Burning Dragon, if you lot are okay with it, we can experiment with that area and see if anything's changed from the demo. Because I know we talked about this a lot, and I'm going to try not to bore you all with Will getting all giggly about how good the Resident Evil series is. But the thing about the survival horror crew that cannot be understated is that they were very much about like min-maxing and how to jank game systems so that you could get through scenarios using the least amount of bullets. So the famous one for the early Resident Evils was like knife to the knees. So you clack a zombie once to stagger it, and then you take out your knife and just start slashing wildly at its legs. Because in the early ones, the knife was an infinite use weapon. So the idea would be to down the zombies and then slash them repeatedly. These were tactics that became very, very well known throughout all of the OG Resident Evils. The Red Skulls, or Red Heads, or whatever they were called, from the Resident Evil 1 remake, were kind of a counter to that, in that if you didn't blow their head off, they came back later nastier, but that's another story. Resident Evil 4 takes the expected path and uses it. I'm sorry, Crow! Takes the expected path and fucks with you. So, I mean, we talked about this in the demo, but like, when we jump into the opening area, if we do the smart thing and go into the building and block ourselves in, that unleashes like a whole torrent of bad times. If we try and hide in the barn, they set the cow on fire just to feck with us. I do get it. Love to see it. I know, Naru, poor Crow, but if we're doing this, and we are doing this, I need every advantage we can get. Sorry, you can take the boy out of survival horror, but you can't take the survival horror out of the boy. Alrighty. Typewriter time. Oh, poor cow. So numbers, the crows drop random items. So on that one, we managed to get... Oh shit, we can customize our case? Oh man. Attaché case silver, increased drop rate for handgun ammo. What? It actually affects the game? Fucking yo. Alright, well, we're gonna stash the... Wait, can we not put you into storage? Okay, no, Chaunerus, we'll get to that later on. The fact that the attaché case is... Oh, and storage is weapons only. Ah, okay. So we'll hang on to those for later. Alright, sorry. If it's alright with you lot, let's try doing the dumb whilst we're going through the village. Let's find out if there's any, like, special ways we can get killed and otherwise, because, again, it cannot be understated that, especially for this opening section, and I mean, like, in the OG GameCube version, everything that seemed like a smart thing to do, everything that would have been the, you played survival games before, alright. Those methods... Every time you follow what seems to be the safe and sensible path, the game uses that to fuck up your day. Sorry, Crow. I take no joy in this. Yeah, so that's a little bit of extra cash for later on. You can also get the same thing from shooting bear traps in the ilk. Yeah, because they're crows. They collect the shinies. That trap is activated. Alright, come on, dickheads. I got shit to do. What's up, nerds? Yeah, and Chaunerus, you are exactly spot on. We crouched under a... Hadouken! Stay down. Alright, where's his mate? There he is. I was about to say, there's supposed to be two of you. Go on. I got shit to do. Now then. Hadouken! Oh. That's alright. I'm sure I won't need to count that bullet later on. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's new. Could have done without that. And MDH, Watto and welcome. We actually didn't start it on hardcore, but mainly because I wanted to experiment. Yeah, Naru, everything's a Hadouken. Look, we rewatched the politely taste my Hadouken video from earlier, so... Alright. Handgun. Shotgun shells is gunpowder plus the other thing. Keep an eye out for the bear trap. Job's a good one. I know you're there, mate. Let's just... And stay in. Shoryuken! Alright, happy? One whole Shoryuken. And a flashbang. Lovely. Okay. Oh, one thing that I do want to say before we continue. To everybody on the internet who has trolled... Oh! Perform a follow-up attack with a knife. CP you earn from completing extra challenges can be used to purchase items in the extra content shop. Alright. To everybody that has told streamers all the dumb and silly things that they can do to get killed and jump scared in this, you are all heroes and I love you. I know most of them, so I know that if you shoot the lake monster just fucking eats you. Okay. Also, and to Fluffy Adorable Kitten, I hope you are doing good. Ah, heads on the door. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh. Whose face is that? Alright, so... Oh, okay. Jackie was saying that heads on the door is actually a common thing.
Holy shit.
Remember what they said about marshmallows? Toasty! Wait, Bacon, did you not bring the graham crackers? Alright. So, okay, so first thing we're going to want to do if we're being silly buggers is start the fight and then proc the cow and see if Chainsaw Guy comes and makes our life a lot more difficult. Hey, yo, Gran! I'm from America! That's what we do! Hadouken! Alright, so this is going well. Alright. Sup, cow? You doing good? You doing good, buddy? Oh shit, I can do it! Oh no, I'm a bad person! Oh no, I'm a bad person! I'm sorry, cow! Just gonna... Yeah, I know. I know! So fucking help me! Oh, Granny, no! Alright, so we're going back this way. This way. Where's Chainsaw Guy? Have it your way. Flame grilled.
Damn it.
There we go.
You are the fire starter, Barbicade fire starter.
Jackie, thank you. Vanderbeest, thank you. Oh, look! It's Late Night Eyes Will. Oh no! Damn it. Yeah, you're okay, River. You're okay. I'm sorry, friends. I was trying to get myself killed in an interesting manner.
What ho? Might wanna avoid the pointy ends of pitchforks.
I'm trying.
They hurt.
But no, Stammering Gamer, I hope you're doing good, friend, and fucking thank you. It's lovely to see you all. We've just started Resident Evil 4, and I'm trying to get us killed in dumb ways. So I'm going to head into the main house to proc Chainsawman early. And Kaibul, how are you doing, friend? Shit. Chicken. He murdered the chicken! Get him!
Here we go.
Alright, here we go. Is it Chocolate Day today tomorrow? Fucking yo! Oh, and Shorterus, it is funny. I can't believe I biffed us getting our head chopped off the fun way.
You gotta be kidding me. It's my lucky day.
I can't remember if there's anything else weird we can do in here. But we can certainly have some fun with this. Haha! Get wrecked!
Oh, sorry.
Ah, there we go. There's the knife parry. Oh shit, that was an achievement.
Damn it.
Oh no! Oh, Leon, no! Oh, fuck! Oh! That is what I was trying to show you all. Now, it's more common now in video games to have those kind of like super matched anims, but just to be clear, one of the villagers, instead of attacking me, grabbed me and did like the arm hold, so Chainsawman could just go. Now I am going to try and take him down because that's usually the best way to get a whole bunch of goodies. Numbers, that would be because he is barely held together. The main... In previous Resident Evils, it's all about the virus, right? The TZE virus, whatever. In Resident Evil 4, it is a strange parasite, the Las Bengales, that, you know, slowly infects and takes you over from the inside out. Some people are strong enough to control it, but most are just basically brain-eaten. As we move on, the point at which this mixes this up is that when you shoot something in the head, the fucking parasite comes out like a horror tentacle. Like, it is straight up inspired by the manga Parasite. I believe they've spoken about how that is a big influence on this. Oh yeah, and we just went for standard difficulty just so that we can get through the large combat sections. Also available in Crispy. And and Fluffy Adorable Kitten, you are spot on. That's why Bagman can take like a whole bunch of shots to the face, because it's just the parasite basically holding him together.
Yum, flame grilled pork chops.
That's where all the flavor is, my friend. Where all the flavor is. Sorry, chicken. Hey, Jackie, you can have it your way. Trying to be sneaky cheeky, but if I remember rightly, there isn't a way to sneaky cheeky the whole way around this. Like, eventually you always have to hit, which I think works very, very well. Sorry, which I think works very, very well because it gives you the idea that you could kind of sneak through this without proccing this. Oh, Fluffy, that sounds fascinating. At the moment, I've been watching, what was it, like Aliens Lore? Phoenix, who is a wonderful individual, jumped in during April Fool's Day. Alien Theory, that was it, Fearless, thank you. And I've been watching a whole bunch of videos about the Aliens Extended Universe, the comics, Earth War, all of that good stuff. Like a bunch of stuff I hadn't seen. Or I should say, a bunch of stuff I hadn't remembered. Sorry, chicken. We don't have enough knife left to try and get a golden egg out of the chicken. It is entirely possible that when either attacking or taking out a chicken, they'll drop a golden egg, which is a full heal and only takes up 1 square. It's great. Granny's not going to make it.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder.
Yeah, let's get it started. Oh, brown chicken egg, love it. Don't worry. So the idea is, hoover up the goodies, head into the building, start some trouble. So we're going to proc the bad fight, and then hopefully win. I love how fucking reactive this area is. I don't want to spend 2 hours just here, because you lot put up with me doing so much last time. Anyway. Yep. Alright, now we head upstairs. Grab this.
Oh, nice.
Grab that.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, so Chainsaw Man gets up here. We blow him the fuck up. Like so.
Present for you.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up now. I've genuinely fucked up. Leon, jump! Oh, piss. Alright, alright. Oh, fuck! Done it! Ah, this is not going according to plan! Not going according to plan! Don't worry about it. Alright. River is thoroughly unhappy with my my squeakage. Yeah, Chainsaw Guy is down, so hopefully we get his goodies. I don't think things dissipate. Oh, fucking hell, Grandad! Bad Grandpa! No! Alright, well, there goes the knife. I know you won't be. I want to break free! Man, the demo was over by now!
Give me a break already.
Fucking hell. Alright. There we go. Alright. Huh? There we go.
La campana. Hay que obedecer.
Whew.
Él nos invoca.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember the different things that can proc in this section. So there's heading into the central area. There's sniping the bell in New Game Plus that skips it ahead. There's the cow on fire, which we... Oh, the cow did get set on fire, didn't they? I'm sorry, cow. Well, so Wolfgrad, here's the other interesting thing. Yes, like we did go for standard, but I will assume, because it was one of the main features of the original game, that this uses essentially... there's me using big words to try and remember what I'm saying. It's a reactive difficulty. There's a better term for it that's dropped out of my fucking head. But the TLDR is that the game looks at how well we do and will tweak what items and what situations we get dropped in.
Bingo?
You said the line! What's up, Crispy? Yeah, so I don't know if it's the case with... let's get the goodies. I don't know if it's still the case with...
Routes to Condor 1. I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
I'm sorry, cow.
Windmill. Copy that.
And be careful. Roost out.
Okay. That's made me kind of hungry. But yeah, so the adaptive difficulty of Resident Evil is something that people have talked about a lot, and it is kind of fascinating. They didn't make a big deal of it in its initial launch version. I think it was something that people only found out about after the fact, but yeah. The idea being is that if you're doing very, very well at this, the game will give you cash, like more of the currency you'll use to buy stuff later on. But it won't give you like extra munitions and ammo and goodies on top of what you already have. If you're doing poorly, it may limit the amount of enemies you get, or the amount of munitions dropped and healing items just ambiently around will increase. Oh, yeah, later on, when Mousley joins us and we come through this area, we can sneak in there. Forgot about that. It's kind of caved in. Fascinating. Genres, I think that Mousley building's new. And stay down. Do you know with who you are fucking? Well, this is my first rodeo. Martin, I couldn't possibly comment. Fuck that window. See, the thing is, if I was playing this properly, what we should be doing is, sadly, gunning down all of those chickens. Also, it's time to craft some mixed herbs. And we can make... I think we can make shotgun shells. Because we're doing good for pistol ammo, so yeah. And as a quick little side note, friends, there is a game called Safe Room, or Save Room, where it's just the inventory from Final Fantasy, Resident Evil 4 as a puzzle game. It's great. Okay. Time to rearrange all the goodies. Is there any point keeping a broken knife? Oh, it looks like it can be repaired. Cool. And if you're wondering, is this going to be most of the game? The answer is yes. Egg. Actually, you know what? Let's just use an egg. Raw egg I found on the ground two moments ago. Where the fuck was I conversationally? Oh, we were exploring this area and we were talking about like the reactive elements of this section. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else around here that can end up in that setup. I don't think I found the key to that little drawer yet. Yes, Chorners, you're right. The Heresy button, the auto stack, is now available. And you know what? I do appreciate that it's a thing that exists, but kind of heresy. I'm just going to say it. Oh, ruby. Later on, we'll be able to sell treasure for money. Oh yes, there is treasure on the shotgun roof house. Thank you for reminding me. God. See, from this point onwards, friends, it's partially that, like, you know, going back to a town you remembered in your youth, and partially, like, trying not to get completely consumed by this game. Because, you know, this is a big old part of my life right here. Although it does continuously make me laugh that the age I was at when I realized what the green herbs were was much later in life than I am willing to admit. Oh, I was up this way, yeah. Fluffy, I believe I plundered all of the ones that fell out the window, but we'll be heading back onto the roof in just a second. Select. Okay, so here's the map. So we have the locked drawer with some treasure and a brown chicken head. Love to see it. Gap in the wall. Some gunpowder on the stairs there. Love to see it. Love to see it. Alan says, but no one explains the red and blue herbs yet. Yeah. I just assumed it's the... You have the kush and the even danker kush. Okay, so we'll go up through the house and then check the roof. We also haven't been up the bell tower yet, so we'll have a look in there as well. We've got some more cash. Lovely that we don't have to sit around wondering whether or not the stuff's gonna dissipate. Gunpowder, love to see it. Yeah, the irony that the original Umbrella Corporation was developing several incredibly dank strains is not lost on me at all. There we go. Alright. Let's get up onto the roof. Velvet blue. Oh. That also sounds like the good kush. Not gonna lie. Okay. And apologies, friends, that I'm kind of flopping around on my banter topics. It's not a controversial thing to say, but this is an experience that feels simultaneously very new and very familiar. Ah, would you look at that? More of the kush. Well, now it's deja vu. Fuck. Fuck. That made me jump, alright? That made me jump. The chicken's just ambiently laying eggs. Love it. I don't have to stab them up or anything. Okay, I think we got everything. I do love that it shows up. And can we open the locked drawer at this point? I can't remember. My brain's absolutely jello. Ah, well, Fluffy, that's lovely of you to say. Okay, Chaunerus, I didn't think we could, but thank you for the reminder. And yeah, the watch your step did hit exactly as everything caved in. Stammering Gamer, that is exactly what it is. It is by no means the devil's lettuce. This is not Beelzebub's broccoli.
These people are sick.
Not even graham crackers. Coleman Cat, the answer to that is extremely yes. Okay, so we can't get into the church yet. So I think we have to... yeah, can't get into the church yet either, so we just have to continue along the path. Lovely, lovely. Actually, that's a good point, Chaunerus. I don't remember the suplexes happening before Leon loses his coat. But, alright. On we go. So, this is all brand new from here. The opening section seems very much like the demo we played, but it does feel like the time limit or the kill limit was a bit more, what's the word? Strict.
There it is.
Alright. Protect the cow. Love the nearby villagers just don't hear that kick. Okay. See, I don't have my knife yet, so I don't think I can do stealth kills, can I? Nah. Stupid not having a knife. Sorry, Gran. It is absolutely something personal. As long as the cows are safe. Oh, yeah, blue medallions. I'll keep an eye out for them. I don't think I can use resources to repair the knife, but I might be able to. Hadouken! Next contestant, please. Oh, Leon, you're fine. Just eat eggs about it. Oh, Imavola. We talked a lot about it when we played the demo, and a little bit about it today. But yeah, the wolves leaping. Sorry, the dogs leaping through the window in Resident Evil 1. Holy crap! No, sadly we can't. And Sony Kiwi, it's going splendidly. How are you doing? And friends, like, if you have thoughts or feels or anything on this, like, feel free to talk about it. There's a blue note next to the gate we should pick up. Okay.
No good.
I'll go grab that. Because I have binged the absolute hot shit out of Resident Evil in the past. However, you know, my brain's mostly jello after a lifetime of gin and bad sleep, so... So Jackie Fox, this is not set in the same universe as Habbo Hotel, but it is set in the same universe as Hugo the Troll. Not a lot of people know that. That's where the kind of like the grey-brown Eastern European aesthetic comes from. Hugo the Troll. Science. Alright. Cows are okay. You're okay, Pigly. Can't do it. I can't hurt the animals. I'm sorry. I felt guilty shooting the crows earlier on, even though... Oh, Leon! You're not that soft. It's a farm, mate. What do you think animals do all day? Oh, above the well? Lovely, lovely. Players don't look up. Oh, shit! Dirty pearl pendant.
Well, that stinks.
So yeah, the treasure hunting's doing well. Oh, so if you shoot it so it doesn't land in the garbage, you get better treasure. Okay. See, it's little things like that that I fucking love. God, it does feel like it's been 1,000 years, though. Hello, Amos. What's up, buddy? What's up? Wanna come watch me play a game that's older than you? Okay. Destroy the blue medallions for the love of God. Will someone rid me of these blue medallions that those lunatics are hanging around? Destroy all. Reward. Spindle ×3. Progress. Oh, hang on. Speaking of progress, I think Amos has got to go pee-pee. Back in a second. Sorry about the wait. I'm so sorry about the wait, friends. It's juggling and everything at once kind of day, you know? So, where were we? So the blue bounty has been offered to us. Pop 3 medallions. Get extra goodies. Love to see it. Love to see it. We can't get through here just yet. Oh, not a chance, mate. This is my snack. Okay, so they're just content to share it with us. Love it. Okay, yeah, so we can see literally where they're all at. Wonderful. Oh, Angel Kalina, lurk away, friend, lurk away. Sorry you're having a hard day, friend. This game is gloriously silly. It is ho-faced at times, but for the most part, it's just ridiculous. And I honestly think that's a big part of Resident Evil 4's charm. Sorry, cow. Look at the happy pig. Alright, where are you? You're a bright blue medallion. You should not be hard to spot. Ah! Inside the rafters of the shed. Job's a good one. And then last but by no means least, it's over this way. Now, do we have an angle on it? I just have to wing it. That seems important. It's behind me. There we go. Yo, if you want to come out here, love, and fight me, I'm all for it. Okay, so sorry, before I got distracted with puppy wrangling, what were we up to? I am worried about this game kind of absorbing me with the power of nostalgia, you know what I'm saying? Oh, sounds bad. Oh, that's extremely bad. Job's done. I probably could have left that on and just snuck past it, but... Ooh! The super good kush. Sorry, I can definitely give it a shot. Yeah, now we have the ultimate super whooper heal herb, and if we use that, it increases our maximum health. So that's doubly good. That is. I told you. Oh, okay. Chonos was just recommending closed captions for options, and I hadn't even considered that. Subtitles, closed captions. Oh no, unless you're suggesting that we need it for things to happen, And if closed captions gives us more... There we go, make that large so you all can see it better. There we go. But we don't need closed captions for surprises. Okay. Oh no, so sorry, what I was trying to say was there's a whole bunch of sections in this game that are specifically designed to force you into a situation where you have to engage in conflict. And it's kind of fascinating. Like, the OG village areas laid out so that you can kind of stealth it for a bit. But once you get to a certain point, there's no way to sneak past everybody, right? So that opens up the portcullis. Oh, and here's where we get to murder the lady. So the thing is, I don't have a knife, so I can't do stealth takedowns. But what I can do is this. Get out! I'm not sorry! You know I can hear you down there, mate. Hey, old bastard! You're new. Ha! Are you coming, mate? I have to do this all by myself. Ah! Oh, wait a second, you aren't the big guy. Ah!
Give me a break already.
Come on, big man. I know you're still there. Oh, bitch, wrong guy. Sorry about that. Now, what were we talking... Mate! What were we talking about? What are you fucking made of? These guys just tapped out a bingo. With the lucky winners of the bingo round, please report to the barn. I'm not sorry. Ghostiest Hat Rack, what on, welcome. Oh, and it's entirely fine. It's lovely to see you. I'm kind of, you know, this is as much a trip down memory lane as it is a rampant adventure of nonsense. Yeah, that big old wooden cog doesn't take any space. Got a new knife, love to see it. Yeah, Stubgen, you know what? It's a safe assumption. I am a massive Resident Evil nerd. And I'm trying to think of ways in which my my knowledge can be useful to all. Like, It's so strange that despite it being a very AAA franchise, and that... Oh, too big. Gonna use Leon's discount there. Like, Resident Evil, especially Resident Evil 4, is a well-documented title. I do think that there's still a whole bunch to be taken from and to be learned from. You know, I'm really excited to play through this whole thing with you all because it's going to be fascinating. Oh yeah, we could have lured old guy over there. Oh well. Still shot him in the face, that was fun. Does nothing. At the wooden cog. Oh, Naru. Firstly, it's biohazard. Now, does anybody know how Resident Evil got its name? I'll see if anybody knows this story. Chonra says, before you run, you can press A to activate whatever with the doors with the locks on. It takes 3 times, but it doesn't use any resources. Oh, okay. I did not know that. So we don't have to use it. Oh, here we go. Combining treasures. So when can we do that? Here we go. Okay. Step Jen says, I would know nothing about Resident Evil, but then Noah Cadwell made 7.5-hour video about it. Bleed Nora. But we'll wait to combine the treasures until we're near the, what's his face? Alright. And Leon, yeah, okay, so Leon can just use his, like, massive beefcake legs to open it without having to shoot the padlock. I mean, that's between Nora and Nora's health professional, but yes. And we don't have the key for that, so we can't crack it open just yet. Alright. It was always weird that it was the other way around, that Dark Souls always reminded me of Resident Evil, especially in the village sections. But the amount of detail and care in each one of these little areas is still fascinating. You've got this way to Largo, Lake.
Lake's gotta be this way.
Hold that to push the cow. So, I assume this is locked up tight. Figured. Let's have a look around this way. Now, sub-path when I see it. Now, Naru, I do know the they did not want to call it biohazard in the US and Europe because of the warning. Can we not get in there now? Oh, fascinating. Yeah, I think we have this section later. So I don't think there's anything to be doing. But I do like that we can basically check through with the map to see if there's any details we've missed. And Vernflow, the murder goes very, very well. Oh, shit. Actually, Fluffy, that makes a whole much more sense. I'm going to need to make myself a sarnie and some coffee, friends, because I am brain dead today. Like, I know we're all here for a spot of the Resident Evil, but I knew that. I knew that. Ugh. Anyway. Sorry, Moo Cow. Okay, so there's nothing to be going through from here. But yeah, we've got everything back there. Can't open that. Jobs are good un. Wait. Ah, okay. There's a plot point as well. Alright. Onward! The next important thing, checking the attaché case. We have far too much stuff, so let's make some shotgun shells. And that'll sort us out for the moment. Oh, does anyone want a free skull? I missed the shot, didn't I? Ow! Ah, peck sticks! Damn, Leon, that coat is impressive. But I just got hurt. I just got the bad hurt. Yeah, get stuffed. Can I offer you an egg in these troubling times? Yes, I am still one of those people who will use, like, the smallest healing item first. Yeah, I know, I should probably be guzzling the ones that increase my health, but feck it. You know, resources and all that. What are you? I thought you were busted out of here. No, because the debris down. Can't get past it. Oh my word. Having to relearn everything again. I'm pretty sure we're about to get chased by a fucking boulder. And yes, we will be saving the wolf. That is very important. Right of the rockfall. Oh, subpaths. Fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely not with it today, friends. What I might do is, in just a sec, is go and get myself a sarnie and a coffee. Get my fucking arse in gear. Oh, shut up. Hadouken! Jackie, so when are we getting a cooking stream? Sadly, our kitchen is so distant from any of our hardware that it's an unlikely thing. Plus, I still haven't conquered my my aversion to cooking at the moment. I do sometimes, but it... Sorry, bats. Oh, what? No way. Well, that should have been super goodies, but apparently... yeah, apparently bulletproof bats. No, I haven't gotten to the point where I feel comfortable cooking for people. Like, I've done it. The last time I did it, Ow! When did you get dynamite? Ah! game's getting better. Alright. I'll use the get more health. Fine, I guess. Get my roundhouse kicks in. You know, the old never skip leg day. I know you're here! You know what? Y'all can do explosion stuff over there. What the bloody hell you lot are. Ooh, almost. Whoever it is that's got that fucking TNT has got an arm on them. Wow, she's gonna... She's really just gonna try and bait me out. Alright, where's your bloody friend? Yeah, go on, light another one. Light another one. Go on. Ah! And there we go. So many evil residents. Jobs are good 'un. Look at all these new toys they've got. Bless them. Okie dokie. Alright, got this place cleared. So, what was I talking about? Well, friends, whatever it was completely dropped out of my head, so I do apologise. Goodies. Oh, there you are, you piece of shit. Don't think I forgot about you. So I guess teeny tiny Napoleon wannabe is going to be returning for this. There was a part of me that wondered if he was going to make a return, but I guess it just wouldn't be RE4 without him. Alright. I think we have survived and explored this well. Love to see it. Now. Yeah. Remembering all the goodies now. Can't get up there yet, so I think we come back here with Ashley to get goodies, right? Oh no, there's still more. Ah! By the end of this game, I'm amazed there's anyone left in Spain. I mean, this is an international incident, right? US Secret Service shows up, kills hundreds, leaves. Oh! She's still twitching. I think it's entirely safe. Sorry, I think it's entirely deserved to put a couple more extra bullets in there. No, the CIA wouldn't do that. No. I think it's too early to start shooting fish, but I might try. I don't know where the save the load. If I get murdered, I don't know where it's going to load from. So, but seriously, one of the things I love is that there's whole swaths of the OG that have been kept in their full "I'm going to mess up your day" preserve glory. Oh, okay. There are still some. Or is that just the wire? Sorry, TLDR again, shoot fish, get healing items. However, in that lake, there is a fucking monster. If you just open fire on the lake, then the fish monster takes exception to that and will bite your face off. This was a hidden jump scare in the original. Kind of designed to mess with people who essentially min-max like the Resident Evil experience. 1, 2, 3! I know you're here, mate. No keys yet either. Aggressive beeping. Ooh, what the bloody hell's this? Just a 1,000-year-old photo. Sorry, I forget which title it was that added it, but to this day, I will still never forget the feeling of picking up an item in a Resident Evil game and then rotating it over in my hands until I found like the combination lock on the side.
What's that noise?
It seems fine. Don't worry about it, Leon. Do not worry about it. Grand Take says, do you think they're going to continue with remakes to do RE5 and RE6? I don't know. To my understanding, Resident Evil 5 sold well. There was a lot of... There were a lot of, I don't want to say concerns, but... Okay, sorry. I've been dancing around this because, one, you know, someone as pasty pale as me shouldn't be commenting on how, you know, Africa is represented in video games, right? But, yeah, OG... A lot of people were very critical of Resident Evil 5's depiction of Africa. It wasn't great, and a lot of people kind of came away uncomfortable because, yeah, you play a beefcake, muscle-bound military type who shows up in Africa and starts fucking ruining people's days. Now, is Umbrella involved? Yes. Are there parasites and viruses combined? Certainly. But it was... The thematics left everyone feeling a little bit weird, you know? Also, Resident Evil 5's entire bit was co-op. So even if you didn't play it with someone, you had like a co-op companion with throughout. And it was okay. But Resident Evil 6 was a big old flop. Like, one of the... it can't be understated how poorly it did, like, financially. you know? God, I have too many eggs. Alright, let's make some... Alright, so we can either have more shoddy shells or more pistol ammo. We've been doing good for pistols, so fuck it. Shoddy shells it is. Although... Nah, it's fine. An alleged Watto and welcome. Yeah, no, legend, that's why I'm keeping them. I'm going to sell them. Never have enough eggs. Job's done. He's dead. Oh yeah, but that's the plan. I'm gonna flip those eggs for a profit. Oh, actually, I missed treasure back where we were. I know. So Grand Take, I think it's an interesting conversation, but again, Resident Evil 6 was both a commercial and a critical flop. I don't think they'd want to revisit it necessarily. What they might do is kind of, I don't know. You know what? Actually, I have nothing to back this up. But if I were in their position, what I would do is essentially like I'd do an Evangelion 3.1 on it. Like, after this, I would potentially do sequels that change a lot more of the context and content, leading to a Resident Evil 6 that's completely different. But that's another setup. Yeah, Fearless, that was also worth noting that not all of Resident Evil 5's depiction of Africa was bad, but it was... That was what's so weird about it, is it was simultaneously commentary on how, you know, huge multinational companies basically exploit Africa and people in Africa for absolutely nothing and peanuts, right? But then later on, it starts going into, yeah, people living in huts and tossing spears and, you know, the kind of thing that people who only ever saw the movie Zulu think that Africa looks like, you know what I mean? And honestly, like, without drastically reworking it, I don't know how you would make Resident Evil 5 not feel a bit, ugh, you know? And yeah, and 6 is just hot garbage, so... Now, we've often talked about the idea of, like, it's better to it would be better to try and remake bad games, because you have the opportunity to change so much, right? But in the same breath, it's hard to make a business case for a game that had no 6... Oh, it's what's-his-face! Hey, old bastard! I haven't seen you since 2005.
That hurts, you know.
It's a man in a sock.
Really wanted to talk.
How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke?
No, those things will kill you.
Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh? Joder, not this guy. Who are you?
Ah, Officer Big Bastard. Officer Slaphand. Father Kedgery. Monsieur Death. Rah rah Rasputin himself. It's the Undertaker with a steel chair! Yeah, numbers. It seems fine. It seems fine. Alright, what was our chapter results? We did alright. Spent an hour and a half, killed 48 people, died twice. Oh, my accuracy was way better than that. Nonsense. Next! Yeah, how nice of him.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, stop it. Hey, Yankee. Got your name?
Leon.
Quiet type, eh? I'm Luis Serra. Guess you, me, picked the wrongest spot to vacation, eh? Hey, stop it. You move, I move. And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before, huh? I guess you're here looking for someone. One more guess. Maybe some missing señorita?
Young girl?
Leon, you're not good at this spy shit.
Now.
All right. See, heard chatter about moving a señorita.
Moving her. Where?
Who knows? But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church. Hanging with you, not healthy.
All right, come on, Leon, kick his ass! Oh! Oh! Fuck!
Hey,
and
we're
yeah,
not done here.
Later, amigo.
Yeah, numbers. All this happens before we find Ashley. We also, like I said, we haven't had the long, drawn-out codec talks with our handler.
Shit, they took my gear.
Oh no! They left me the case, but they took everything out of it. Bullshit.
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle. It sounds like she's being kept in some church.
Great. That's good news.
I heard it from this guy I met. Said his name is Luis Serra. There's something fishy about him. I need you to run a background check.
We'll call Condor 1. I'll see what I can find. In the meantime, make your way to that church.
Right. I'm probably due for confession anyway. Condor 1, out.
God, Leon, you just can't leave the cheese. Naru, good point. We now have loads of room for extra goodies and activities. Drugs. This I do not remember. Who knows? Maybe it'll all come flashing back to me. Alrighty, free knife. I don't like this because this feels like the same place we found the fucking regenerators. Yells in Spanish. I know! I now have several knives.
Hey, that's my gear.
All I gotta do is get through this barbed wire covered hole in the wall. What could possibly go wrong? And yes, you can shoot the rats for extra pesos, but I can't bring myself to do it. Look at that Fluffy.
Un forastero!
Oh, we're just not doing the parry? Is that how this is gonna work? Jerk. Oh! Bugger, I fell for that one. Ah, why am I stupid? So many knives. Alright, I am being too blasé. Why am I feel like I'm missing something here? Okay. Oh, do they not in this? Okay, Jonas was just saying that the bear traps don't actually hurt you in this. I mean, it's enough that they stop you in your tracks. Yeah, keep doing your patrols, mate. Keep doing your patrols. Tell your cats I say. Let's fucking go! Asari was saying I needed to be more stealthy. So the amount of oil on the floor is making me real fucking nervous, you know? This feels like we're one match away from, like, super duper bad times bears. Okay, there are items in the chimneys, alright. I take it I just need to get back there and actually... put one of these. This whole system is going to be a favourite of Resident Evil's for the rest of the game. Alright.
I'll be taking these back.
Okay, now we have tons of knives and drugs. I see no way this is bad. I'm going to try and see what the auto sword does. Oh, fuck, that's actually really nice. Damn it! Why? I didn't want to use heresy. But darn if it's not good. Look at that! Click a button. Jobs are good and back of the net. Got a lot of green herbs by himself. What do you have there? A briefcase full of knives. No!
Over here, stranger.
It's a different voice!
What's that?
What are you buying, stranger? What are you selling? And yes, the best merchant in video games, but still. And don't worry, little rat friend. I'm not gonna. Nice. Yeah, I know I should. I just don't wanna. I just don't wanna. Yeah, there's just that one dodgy herb just hanging out over there. Ah, well. Alright, so... yeah, the emerald's still the best. So if we combine the emerald with the flagon with the emeralds, that's the most amount of cash, right? Okay, do you see the sockets? They are shaped this time. Interesting. Yeah, it is a whole new feckin' gem system. Alright, gemstone bonuses. Alright, here we go. Oh my fucking life. Alright, so 2 colours increases. 5 colours doubles the value. 4 colours is a good one. 2 duos. Alright, so 2 of the same colour is more valuable than 2 different. Alright. But 3 different colours is more. Fucking hell. Try to make it bloody complicated, why don't you? So with our setup, it's actually better if we put 2 red gems in. Alright. Okay. But we can take the gems out and we can rework them. So, okay, we can work with that. Anyway, let's go beat literally one of the best merchants in all of video games. Oh, I ran around when I could have vaulted. All right.
Let's do some business then, eh?
I guess so. Get rid of the rats. Aw, oh, man. Oh, don't make me... So what's this here? Get rich quick. Did you know you can trade in the spindles you receive as a reward for valuable goods? Love to see it. Love to see it. Hidden treasures. I knew about that. Free rifle ammo. Love to see it. Rat bounty. So now I feel bad. Is Shackle here? Do I need to? Am I going to need to apologize? Because we need the cash. All right, you wait there. I have to go do a crime. Sorry, rats. Nothing personal. It's just free cash. Sorry, rat. No. I just feel bad. Come on, little buddy. Don't make this harder than it has to be. No! No.
Yes.
And now it's time to feel sad. 'Cause Will just did a crime. Yeah, how come no one's paying me to kill evil villagers?
Took care of her request, did ya? I can tell by the look on your face.
Doot-de-doo, apples and pears! I'm from London, and for some reason I'm selling guns in Spain.
Welcome.
At least he kept the coat.
Good stuff, stranger.
Oh, I got an achievement called Nice One, Stranger.
I've got something new for you, mate.
Okay, so first things first, let's see what's on offer. Oh! Hello!
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life.
A quiet projectile weapon that is great for immobilizing enemies can be retrieved and reused. Fuck yeah. There's the first rifle. Buy this and get the scope for free. First aid spray. Case upgrade, always useful. And there's how to make knives. So we can repair our knife. Increase power.
A well-tuned
weapons.
weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
Oh, get fucked in a bin bag.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. There's some things money can't buy.
Yellow diamond. Okay, so this map shows all the locations of treasures in the area of the village. Alright, so this is an additional currency. Alright.
Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death.
It's 4K. So yeah, so now it's making us choose between the long rifle and the
All
bolt.
my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
Let's see what we have we can sell. Yeah, see the flagon is 12K. The flagon gets us an upgrade to the attaché case. We need
won't
that.
do you much good in the grave.
Amethysts can't be fitted. Yes, the dirty necklace, bit of a pisser. I fucked that one up, but whatever. I mean, we said we're going to get rich off of chicken eggs. Oh, sell the key? Job's a good one. We're making egg money! Making egg money! Alright.
A deal well struck.
Let me check the attaché case. Seat looking good, but I want a bigger one. So, pick that up.
What you see is what I've got.
Oh, okay. Oh, and Fluffy, I do agree. If I remember rightly, there's another rifle later on we get when we start having to hunt regenerators. That was it. Actually, I tell you what, friends. This is a good point for me to go make a quick sarnie, and then we can like make a plan on what to.
Cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate.
And it's nice and clear with like. We've done the 2 requests at the moment.
My back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us.
Jonas says, do you mind spoilers on where the weapons are? I personally don't. I mean, the only gun that I will be sad and mad about if it's gone is the butterfly revolver, because it was a fucking gorgeous front brake Magnum revolver. I think you could even, at least in RE4, you could get a Deagle, but I never got it because I really loved the revolver. Yeah, I'm just having a look. So yeah, so currently the pistol's got a power of 1.
Are in good hands.
The shotty has a power of
see you right.
fucking. Okay. So the second rifle is still at the castle. Okay. The only reason, Fluffy, that I'm considering the bolt thrower is when I played OG, what I would end up doing is using the machine pistol a lot.
I guarantee it.
Because you could clack villagers in the face and they'd still stun, even though it wasn't doing as much damage, allowing you to like roundhouse kick your way through it. And it was a great kind of get out of panic free card. And yeah, the scope of the regenerator doesn't come until way later. But Legends asking if there's a special upgrade on the bolt thrower. Can be equipped with attachable mines that function as proximity explosives. Fuck yes! That sounds like our special. And here, so we have the option to get a slightly better handgun.
Heal a man, kill a man, they do it all.
The yellow diamond's a good swap out. And a potential laser sight for the pistol. Okay, so yeah, so friendos. Where's the full buy list? There we go. Friendos, I'm just going to make myself a quick sarnie.
That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate.
And plus, I could leave you all to talk with the merchant, but I will definitely take any and all recommendations. And yeah, the bolt-action rifle comes with a scope right now. However, we need to buy the large attaché case for 10k. So we've only got about 22k to play around with. So... yeah, Legend, I mean, I lived on the original. And it's nice playing it with you all because, like, Chonos was pointing out that we don't have to worry about soft-locking ourselves like older Resident Evil games. You know, where you could lose or forget or destroy something that you'd later on come to rely on. Legend says, do you have a zoom option? I've seen the merchant
Not
size.
seen
All right.
anything you like, stranger. Anything else I can help you with? Don't get yourself killed now.
I can't quite see underneath. Like, he's not got, like, glowing eyes or anything.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
Okay. Alright. I'll be back in just a second, friends. As I said, I'm going to make a quick sarnie, pour myself another cuppa or something and try and get my head in the game. And then let's progress. Like, we've got a little while before the big survival fight with what's-his-face, where we end up having to survive a sea of cultists, which I think happens before the lake, right? I'm trying to remember the order of stuff. Oh yeah, no, Varbles, Zer from Destiny is absolutely a reference to this guy. Alright, it would be on brand for us to get a sniper rifle, so I think we'll end up going that way. Anyway, hold that thought, I'll be back in a sec. Y'all can haggle with this guy while I'm making a sarnie. Friends, survivors, tourists of the greater Spanish region, I have returned. So the fact we can't just rob this guy, I think, is shenanigans. But you know, he does have all weapons, so it's probably not the smartest move. It turns out there was leftover pasta salad, so I'm fucking spoiled. Okay, so first things first, new case.
Oh my, a bit more space never hurt anyone. Perfect size for you, stranger.
And you're right, we get the rifle, that means we get the scope for free.
Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar, with a bullet straight through their heads. Go on, take this as well, free of charge.
Discounted items are only available during chapters they appear in.
Why not try all yours, stranger?
Love to see it. Love to see it.
That cash in your pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate.
We could repair the knife, but we do have a lot of knives. I currently have many knives.
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill.
And you know what, Numbers? That's a very good point. The bolt thrower was a lot chunkier. So yeah, at least it shows you here as well how much space it's going to take up. And
What you
that's,
see is what I've got.
That's a big honker chunker right there. Oh, okay, so upgrading, repairing the knife allows us to upgrade it. All right.
That's good work, if I do say so myself.
There we go. So later on, we can increase its power and whatnot.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
None of these are absolutely necessary. The shotgun upgrade is delicious at close range. And I guess the only other thing I was going to say is for the trade-ins, are any of these worth it? Because we could swap.
What's that?
We could upgrade
How
to the Punisher
have we
now.
procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
You know what? As much as I was snarking, I do not hate whoever's playing the merchant. They are having a fucking time with this. Okay. Alright, so everybody's saying we need the map. Alright, done.
You've got a soft spot for treasure, eh?
Although, I don't know if you all saw,
That's the way.
you can buy the treasure maps as a DLC. I think they're only like, you know, a couple of dollars, but that was what I found rather curious.
My back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
And here's the thing. Is it worth grabbing the Punisher now for a little bit of a boost in pistol ammo? Chandra says the DLC treasure app adds more treasures. What? So we could have more cash. We can pay money for money. Okay. But yeah, I'm seriously considering the Punisher
Time is money, mate.
Dependent on how much damage it does as an increase. And now I know that we need those fucking spindles, something fierce. Or is it worth hanging on to these for something later? Huh. Oh, Fluffy. I did well. If I knew that, it had dropped out of my head. Okay. So the Punisher's got has got bullet penetration, but does less damage. We just put in a lot of cash into the rifle, so we'll probably keep that.
You just gonna stand there or what?
Yeah, pretty much, mate. I've already given you 20 grand. Your jumped up toys. Alright. So in that case, we're pretty much solid.
Will that be all then?
Ah, that it will,
Come
Fred.
back any time.
That it will. That auto sort button is very good. Oh, interesting. So, the scope and additionals don't bolt on. Okay. Oh wow, that is incredibly steady. Alright. You know what, and you all know I have a fucking weakness for bolt action weapons, so... Oh, sweet mercy. Okay. Also, friends, I did want to apologise for the first start of the stream. I've been less chatty than I'm usually. I think it's just, once again, like, compound exhaustion is kicking my ass, but I'm having a great time hanging out with you all and playing this, and if it's alright with you lot, I definitely want to keep going. Oh, we're going to be getting to that good old bird crest. Aha. Alright, so there's the locked drawer, and there's treasure back the way we came. So, time to get exploring! Now we've got our handy dandy treasure map. Oh, no, okay, so it's not off exploring, it's if we go through this way, so we're off this way. Alright. We've got the minecart to look forward to. Good times, good times.
The hell am I?
Oh! 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 Job's done! Oh, fuck! I forgot how powerful that is. Boom, headshot. Wait, no, this is too early for the arena. Okay. I mean, I could sort of work with that, but if we're using the rifle, we want to be popping domes in the distance. Okay. Where was I? Okay. And Vagent, that is fascinating. So there's more critical location damage with the rifle now than it used to do back in the... so it does less damage overall, but the critical damage is way, way increased. Okay. Honestly, like, most of the time I'd end up using the rifle. It was usually to save Ashley from something that had grabbed her. Oh, I take it they heard that. Oh, no, he didn't hear that. He just got very confused. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
All right.
Ho, 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 ho! I can't believe I was thinking about not getting this. God darn it. I'm so glad you lot convinced me. And I said we weren't going to play any Sniper Elite. How wrong I was. I feel like I'm supposed to do something with the eagle, but that might be all of my video game knowledge melting together into one kind of disastrous pot. Alright. Let's get this party started. Pink said that, and Pink owns a winery.
Locked.
Well, the party started. Alright, don't disappoint me, kids.
Next.
Ho 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 ho! So long, Granny! Oh, what? Where did that land? Absolute wobbles. Oh, fuck! Fine, we'll try that again. That was just mean. That was just mean. Let's try that again, shall we?
All right.
Hadouken. Oh, fuck! Am I the baddie? Just these guys keep exploding. Oh. Oh, you haven't seen shit. What are you gonna do? Fly up here? I am beyond your petty morality! I have the big gun. Okay. I guess we used up all the eggs, which is fine. They needed using. Agent, that is interesting. The idea that we clack somebody in the gob from across the map, it still counts us in stealth, but they're aware of someone firing. Interesting. Anyway, let's go have some fun. We clack the guy on the bridge. We can't get in there. Oh, he's definitely seen me.
Next.
Don't you know who I am? Double kill! Oh, that guy's got a fucking arm on him, though. Ow! Who throws a shoe? Sorry, it's gonna handle like a little, God, I love this game.
Out of the way.
I am a sensible individual. Yeah, it's Hadouken, not Hadoukan't. I have been slain. Oh no. Alright, you lot are just embarrassing me now. You're embarrassing me, you're embarrassing yourself. Did anyone else feel a level of catharsis from that? I did. Legend, that's a little more Dead Rising than Resident Evil, but certainly. Let's make these drugs super. Let's make these drugs fancy. Oh my word. Leon predates John Wick. Sorry, Naru was saying, I can't imagine why you'd find this cathartic. It's a feeling I can't put into words. Winning loudly. Do. It's Special Forces Leon, causing trouble again. I'm drowning in health items. I have enough knives to start my own cutlery store. This is going well. I also, the other thing, Vagant, is I think they've done a really good job of showing that, basically, Raccoon City fucked Leon up. Like, he was a fresh-faced 20-year-old, first day on the job, and dealt with, like, twisted horror the likes of which no one is ever supposed to have to deal with. I know we half joked about it earlier in the stream, but, like, the idea that he just spent the last, like, however many years, like, obsessively training in case this stuff happens again. Like, also, I don't know if anyone else has thought about this, but between Chris and Leon, they basically formed one ridiculous super person. It was like, the only thing that Leon did was leg, and the only thing that Chris did was upper body strength. Like, if Chris could sit on Leon's shoulders, they'd be unstoppable. Like, ultimately unstoppable. Next! Making sure there's no one coming up this way, but... Actually, let's... A little bit of economy. Aren't you a cheeky bad word? Hadouken! He did not just block my bullets with his fucking spear! His fucking axe. Did you see that? Someone just exploded. I don't think whoever that was intended to explode. Alright, we good? Alright. We good. I just hear Leon and Chris doing the Mecha Shiva from Venture Bros. That man died. He died in half. Yeah, Unholy Glee. We all want a Leon and Chris campaign. One only punches, the other only kicks, and together they'll take down Umbrella. Yeah, shotty shells. I'm having a lot of fun with the shotgun, I'm not gonna lie. It's a good old family classic. Ooh, small key. But what could it mean? Oh yeah, like, Vasion, that's the move we want. Like, Leon sweeping snap kicks them into the air, and then Chris punches them in half. Like, what is a human being to someone who can punch a boulder? Even a plague zombie-filled one. They're just a meat pinata to Chris. It's like when Sonic the Hedgehog drives a car. He doesn't need to, but it levels the playing field for everybody else. Okay. Oh, and this is from where that gentleman exploded and left me goodies. Love to see it. Oh no, and Red Burning Dragon, you're entirely correct. Leon's gotta, like, step up. Once Leon can kick a boulder in half, then Leon and Chris will be equal. Really? Did you not see what I just did? This entire village! Oh shit, wasn't close enough. No! Bad grandma! Alright, alright. I'll use the health to make things better. I guess. Don't yawn at me. I will snap kick you in the gob, mate.
Give me a break already.
Actually, Legend, no, I haven't done the legally mandatory required knife to see you joke. God, I really am slipping today. I'm so sorry. I will be offering a formal apology at the end of stream. Ooh, resources large. Oh! Granny, no! Bad Granny. Don't stab Leon. He's too pretty. He's not equipped to go through this. Boy, someone sure did bury a fucking axe into the top of my shoulder. Better do drugs about it. Yeah, according to the map, we have found all the goodies. Alright, come on. Oh man. Biff the shot right there. That's what I was going for. Oh, he's still going! He's still going! Alright, we'll save it. Not today! Alright, where's Splody? Because they have been yelling at me for quite some time. No wonder you were after the red dot sight. Oh my life! Thankfully, caffeine, it's not that bad. It does actually have a into the fire. It does actually have a scope mount on it. I guess Explodey person just blew themselves up. Yeah. So hang on, let's see if I can get a good angle. Yeah, so they've got the above the bolt scope mount. I mean, unholy glee. Maybe that's why they're kind of remaking the old Leon titles, because you know they're just preparing us for the Leon X. Yes. Well, that was a waste of a shot. Sorry, I gotta go handle Granny. Yeah, go on, light another one. Light another one. Ah! Job's done! Catharsis. Leon, do not kick that barrel. Alright, let's explore back up this way. So we can go back the way we came. I assume that we're supposed to take the small key. Oh, no, okay. No, we're just reversey-persy. We can't go any further this way. Alright. See, that was another interesting thing, is that out of all the titles that we've encountered, Resident Evil was surprisingly true to form when it came to firearms, which is something that I wasn't expecting. Like, now I think about it, there must have been somebody on the Resident Evil staff who was very into their guns. Alright, so that's where we're going. Now we gotta...
Let's hope Leon doesn't notice anything sitting in a pail. He could end up kicking the bucket.
Vanderbeest, why are you like this? And what the bloody hell are we going to do with that tiny key? We go back and turn it into some more cash. Shall we?
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, stranger.
Also, that is a person that does incredibly questionable things with firearms. Oh, cool, it works. What do we get? Ooh, an elegant mask. Okay, so... Oh shit, so if we just put 3 of the same gem in, that's the best for us right now. Because there's nothing else in the 1, 2, 3 combo that does it. Shauna, so you recommend holding on to the mask until later? All right. We don't have a limit on how much treasure we can hold, right?
Why not treat yourself?
See, now the problem is we have a rifle and no bullets. And we do not have... Oh, we do have a way to make rifle ammo. Oh, I thought we'd have to learn how to do that. Well, friends, it would be rude not to. Armor blob, so many faces. So many faces. But no, let's take a moment. Let's take a breath and a beat, because I have not been a good conversationalist today. So how are you all doing? I think it's more compound exhaustion than necessarily this game being too engrossing or the ilk. Whether or not you'll want to see this played through here or otherwise is entirely up to your good selves. And I keep thinking that we need to kind of like sit down and have like a grand meeting of the Longshipian Council, but I haven't even had time to suggest and plan. It's at the point now where if anybody's like, oh, you know, do you want to do a thing? I'm like, yes, but under no circumstances ask me dates, times, and whens, because I am past the point. Oh, that's cute. There we go. Job's a good one. Occasionally, when there's contextual movement stuff, Leon has this, like, semi-drunk stagger. Alright. No traps. No bear traps. Just this guy gleefully not paying attention. Gleefully. I should have fucking known! Ah, those feckin' bad words. They still. Oh. Feckin' granny. Those bullets are expensive! See if there's anybody else. See if we can lure him back. Okay, now we are good. Alright. Sorry, where were we? Oh, Legend. I'm so sorry, friend. Legend was just saying they're happy for a chill day because they pulled a muscle and laughing hurts. I'm so sorry. I'll try to be less whimsical. Just making sure I didn't miss anything over here. Job's a good un. I also feel like I'm kind of... The return nostalgia of this is something that's... Feckin'... No, playing on my mind is the wrong way of phrasing it, but it is definitely fucking weird, friends. Sorry, Crow. Do the time warp. So the bear traps don't hurt. You don't take health damage in them. They just kind of, well, they do the trapping part very well, allowing the residents of this tiny, totally real Spanish town to kick the hot shit out of you. Oh. There's that fucking collectible. I don't know. It doesn't have the like meeting your high school friends again. There's a familiarity to it, certainly, but this is definitely a creature all its own. Oh, there you are. Get fucked. Alright, scribble about the dolls. Their influence is not what it once was. Destroy the wind-up dolls. Do not forgive those aristocrats. Alright. There we go, there's the parry! Shoot the dolls, eat the rich. Ah. Turns out that hurts us both. I may have fucked up. Sorry, Leon! Let me find me! Oh! There was a lot of not blood that came out of that, let me tell you. That was some bad times, bears. Although, at close range, that rifle is very hard to aim. Sorry, Crow. Alright, you can't get them once they're in the air. Alright. Okay, so, what did we just learn? Alright, so... Oh, we've got another shooting challenge there. I remember that one. That one... Why is he not trying to eat my face? Alright, I'm in here. I'm reading things. I'm reading. Oh, sure am. Sure am hoping nobody comes to try and bite my face off like in that movie Face Off. Okay. Alright, come on, mate. There's another one there. Oh, you bastards!
Present for you.
How are you not fucking dead, mate? There we go!
That was not easy.
Rest in pepperoni! Ready the shotgun? Sometimes, friends, the difference between life and death is preparation. But this I do remember. So, in that is some fancy goodies, but if we shoot it, it falls in the poo-poo slime, which is bad. So, shoot out the shoot out the stabilizing arm, open up the trinket, and a gorgeous pearl pendant that is not covered in human feces. Rest in pan au chocolat. And we can make more rifle ammo if we want. Ah, I love this game. Well, I think I will. Good times. Oh, so there's another hanging treasure cage. Aha! Right, you are, friends. Right, you are. Handy sapphire, we can put that in our good stuff. Ah, jobs are good. See you. I hear you. You know what? I was going to leave it as a party trap, but knowing my luck, I just end up blowing off my own face. Let's be honest. I think we're about to start procking cutscenes. Maybe. Possibly. I am getting very into this title, friends. Sorry. Absolutely not being my usual conversational self. I promised you all like an interesting insight and conversation into Resident Evil as a franchise in a space, and I've just been sitting here monosyllabically being like blah 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 blah, followed by giggles. Well, we know how this party plays out. Oh, fuck off. Fine. I got so much cream. Well, we'll see how it goes. Leon, you're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. No Ashley yet. Leon, walk it off, mate. Just walk it off. Fine.
Not too shabby. Someone has shown up their neighbors.
Okay, yo, it's definitely this area. Where we team up with Luca, or whatever his name is. And we end up having a big old throwdown. Grand Take says, so, if it's unlikely for them to remake 5 and 6, do you think any spin-off titles will get the remake treatment? Well, I do know the one... Well, this feels like the cabin fight, but I could be wrong. If I had to bet money, what I would say is Code Veronica's next. Because Code Veronica is kind of mildly obsessed on by the fan base. But also, Code Veronica's initial release was, I believe, Dreamcast exclusive. And as much as I love the Dreamcast, it did not make bank. That is not a controversial statement. It's a known fact. I wish it had. It would have made me very happy. Oh. Okay, so we're looking out for a baby pig cup bird combination. Okay. I'll take another hand grenade. I have been trying to cut back, of course, but, you know. Okay. Faces scribbled out. It says, a photo of a family. At last, flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood. Give thanks and rejoice. Right, that's not unsettling at all. But yeah, so Grand Take, if I had to guess, I'd say Code Veronica would be the next one. Because that's also got a bit of Chris in it, and it has a really good setup. Like, it starts off John Woo action style, and then it busts you right back down to old school Resident Evil. Like, it's just you, what you can scrounge in a prison facility that's been taken over. You know, there's no one coming to help you. You are not part of a special operation or anything. Hang on, let me just mix my herbs while we're chatting. And it does feature simultaneously some of the best horror bits in a Resident Evil and some of the most over the top. You know, the point where you're playing as basically K-pop model lad with 2 golden Lugers running around a prison facility trying not to die. Illuminados 4-3, which is the resolution of old tellies. The great veneration of the master, the people, offered up their most prized possessions. The old farmer offered his finest crop. The slight swineherd offered his stoutest pig. And the beggarly grandmother, her beloved babe, just gave her a fucking child. Well, let's crack that open because that door says plot to me. So it is corn, piggly pig pig, and then baby. We'll open it with the power of a baby. Ooh. crystal marble. Ooh. Fucking really? Fuck off, mate. Leon casually reloads the shotgun. Now, what would I like to see them remake? Obviously, Gun Survivor's off the table because we just don't have light gun setups anymore. That's just not a thing. And I think trying to do Gun Survivor in VR would just make people vomit profusely. Bingo bango. What a horrifying puzzle. Oh, lovely room though. Shit. Friends, does anyone want to check and see if this thing's on Airbnb? Because this might be a nice place to stay. Conceptually, I'd love to do Resident Evil Gaiden, which was the weirdest little, I think it was Game Boy Color, but it was Barry Burton on a cruise ship trying to survive. And a few Resident Evils have tried to do boats and cruise ships in the ilk, but I think there's still a lot to be done there. The Revelations games were just good. I think this is just, yeah, the village doing badly. The weather has been strange. Wheat withers and the cows grow thin. December 8th, signs of famine. We lack the means to work the fields, but Lord Sadler's orders are absolute. January 10th, 30 people have starved to death. 5 cows have been slaughtered. The March the 11th, the patriarchs gather to cast lots. 6 more are chosen for Lord Sadler. 8 more, 4 more, 11 more. 2 outsiders got lost and wandered into the village. We took them to the altar for the ritual. No need to cast lots today. Okay. Alright, there's our Sadler. Sorry, name-wise, I was getting Sadler and Tiny Napoleon mixed up. Oh, the insignia key. Oh, that's right, fancy. Leon. Ah, I didn't pick up the other nonsense.
Accepted the gift.
Ada! Lovely to see you. So we'll call it a draw then, right? Rematch? Best 2 out of 3. I could still...
Gift? My blood?
Leon pouts confusedly. I like how absolutely perturbed he is that he got shot. Like someone who's just received an email at like 4 o'clock on a Friday asking for something. That was how he looked. Okay, gift in the blood. Amateur appraiser. What are you buying? Nice one, stranger. Love to see it. Mildly inconvenienced.
Bruce Condor 1, I've got that intel you requested on Louis Serra. It seems he used to be a researcher for Umbrella.
Umbrella?
I should have left him in that bag to rot.
I'm sending you the details. Take a look, but Baby Eagle is your priority.
Copy that.
Beagle, if you
Making
will.
my way to the church. Condor 1, out.
Copy that. Making my way downtown. Okay, dear friends. I need to nip to the loo before we continue to head for the church. So, sun is starting to set, which means we're a good ways away from, like, the big ogre. We're a ways away from the village, from the cabin fight. So we've got a ways to go. But I will be back with you all in just a moment. Sorry, God, I'm all over the place today. Friends, thank you so much for bearing with me. I hope you're enjoying this. I fucking am, for bloody sure. Like, it's wonderful to be back at this, and you're all being very patient with me today. I very appreciate that. I know I'm not being my usual, like, blip, 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 blip self. But it's wonderful to just be back. You know. And I'm glad I'm getting to share it with you all. So. And again, yeah, because I played through this already. I want to know the weird details. If there's something in this that I missed that's been changed from the original, I want to know. So, fucking yeah, we can just chinwag about this all day. Anyway, I'll be back with you all in just a second, alright?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Sorry about the wait, dear friends, but thank you for waiting. And to the man, I can thank you as well. Okay. So, where were we? There's a big old scary lever. We were going to pull that. You ever have those moments where you forget you live with people? The fire alarm went off because Fiona's cooking something, and our smoke detector is very, very sensitive, which is good, but it did go off seconds after I basically just ripped arse while having a pee. Sorry to be very graphic here, but there was a brief second, longer than should have been for a grown-ass person, to go, did my fart just set off the smoke alarm? So if you want to know how slow my brain is moving today, it's that slow. Okay. So yeah, we haven't found Mousley. We got the big lever, which I think is just going to open the door outside. Oh, no. Sneaky cheeky roof. Ah, later on, that's when Mousley gets us up there. Okay. Right. Let's see if Big, Tall, and Angry is still kicking around. I forget when we have to start dealing with him. He can be a lot. You're okay, Amos. You're okay. Oh, there's something here. Guess we're gonna work out how to get to the fucking roof. The body's gone. Oh my god. Sorry, just remembering that I didn't get rid of the bed. Poppy!
You too, huh?
No. It's alright. It's alright. We can say the puppy. It's fine. Poppy.
Take care of yourself, buddy.
I too am a lone wolf caught in a snare. I just relate to you because I'm so cool and I'm so alone. Sorry. Alright, so we've got the key for that gate there. I think there's nothing else we can do right now until Ashley's with us. Because that's how we get up onto the second floor, yeah? I think. Unless I just fucking blow out the window. Oh! Leon with the people's shoulder. Leon, your aim is getting shakier, mate. Time Warp says it's been amusing to see the internet thirst for Leon. I mean, those of us who knew. I'm just glad they kept his thoroughly ridiculous hairdo. Because I forget when Resident Evil 4 is supposed to be set. I'm pretty sure it's the early 2000s, because, like, the Raccoon City incident, that's like 1998. And then, yeah, this is... I like that they've... Leon's kind of kept his, like, cheesy 90s hairdo. They didn't take that away from him. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, don't make me kill more Mises. Still feel guilty about the last round. No, it can't be mineshaft time already. Yeah, bats are invincible. Ah, fuck. So what I just fucked up there was that guy was waiting for me to come around the corner. If you clack him in the gob, he doesn't alert the villagers, and you can get an ambush on a bunch more people. Don't worry, Naru. Save the papa. But yeah. This is an ambush. I don't think the place has been restocked either. Yeah, so we're still working with a broken down area. Sorry, Big Crow. Other crow. What the fuck? Does your dog bite? That is not my dog. Alright. Remember, they're not dogs. They're shit werewolves. Pull me down!
There you go.
Oh, piss! That was very poorly handled by me. Look. I fudged that heinously, so either I win or we try it again. Mainly because I wanted to get the guy who was in fucking ambush mode. Yeah, those teeth are upsetting Naru. And like I said, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. Oh, I can't get ambush guy? Ah, oh, bastard. Fucking ambush guy. Now, I can't remember. I don't think there's a reason for us to kill the crows in this area, right? Yeah, Chornerus, yeah. Shooting him does stop the wolves from showing up. It's not quite the level of, like, the end in MGS3, but it's definitely up there. Alright. Sorry, crows. Alright, come on, shit werewolves. Let's go! Whee! This. Gotta get them all nice and close. Oh, piss. Did the... Hoisted by my own obnoxious petard. What's my... I could have sworn Leon had like a little dodge step. Alright, come on, fuckers. Leon's got places to be.
There you go.
And that, my friends, is how we slay werewolves. Which I don't know. Is Chris a werewolf officially? Is Chris pro werewolf? I forget now. Does anyone have a link to the, oh, the tunnel below the village opened up and a tower fell. Nice. Locked door means goodies! Okay. Traps first, then goodies. Okay, so Chris is still just a guy who punches boulders. Fuck off, Gran. Not today, Gran. Not today. I do still have the key from the Big Cheese's place. Oh yes, we can open this place up, can't we? Firstly, that guy just called me El Stupid. Oh, that was not a parry.
Out of the way.
No! What? Welp. I gotta get my fucking focus on. Yeah, and now we know what happens when we get grabbed at 0 health. Alright, so there's traps down that route and this route. Sorry, Dag. Sorry, Crow. Alright, yeah. Crow stuff. You'll want me, you gotta come and fucking get me. Oh.
Present for you.
Yeah, I know. Alright, shit werewolves have been handled. Now time to handle the populace. So Time Warp, it is a very good point. Like, Doom and Doom Eternal definitely take their cues. Oh, okay. It's one of the reasons why we keep coming back to Resi 4. Is Resi 4's dynamic difficulty is designed to keep the pressure on, but never to be too much, like never to be obnoxious. And Fred, welcome back. Doom Eternal and Doom 2016 do a great job of making you feel like a badass, but never making it so easy that you are without purpose, you know? Leon casually walking from house to house. He's pissed now. And Fred, how's your Saturday going, friend? I am having a great time with this, even if I am getting a little distracted at times. Just a little. Now, I don't know if Doom and Doom Eternal used any kind of dynamic difficulty, but they definitely designed those games in such a way. They definitely designed those games in such a way that it feels like there's always a pressure on you, there's always an agency, but because especially Doom and Doom Eternal are at their most satisfying when you're pressing forward, that really encompasses like the Doom Slayer aesthetic, you know? Stop aiming at me, mate. Admit it, you gave me this shotgun. You can't complain when I use it. Vajan says, why didn't they mark it as survival action? Well, honestly, the term's been evolving. We don't really use survival horror as a descriptor like we used to. Ah, speaking of which. Hey, old bastard! You choked me last time. Get fucked. But survival horror had come to mean a very specific kind of game. And it was a weird thing that... Sorry, you're right. It wasn't a question of why. I think the only thing I have to really add to that then is... It's the old adage of, like, users decide what genre a game is, right? Not completely, you know, but if users decide X is more racing game than dating game, then that's what they'll call it. Also, fuck you! Oh, no way! I am mad. Absolute fucking bastard. So when it comes to things like trying to coin new terminology or new genres or what have you, it's entirely up to the audience whether or not they stick. So yes, this may have or probably was marketed as survival action or action horror or something along those lines. But at the point that this came out, like, you know, the Resident Evil franchise was still one thing and one thing only, and that was survival horror. And that's just what it was. It wasn't more thought out than that. I can't believe that guy got the feckin' god bottle protecting him. Leon, you could have just opened the window, mate. Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got to go back and... Yes, the bullet was unnecessary, but it made me feel better. Sorry, I've got to go back and open a treasure trove of goodies. But no, it is something that I think is kind of fascinating. Multiple times throughout gaming history, marketing people or sometimes creators themselves have tried to come up with a new genre, right? And very, very infrequently does it actually result in a new video game genre, right? Because, like, as much as, like, Zalavir did take the bit and run with it, Death Stranding was not the start of a new video game genre. Ooh, a vintage compass. Oh, very nice. Yeah. Sorry, Fred was just mentioning the fact that there are some, air quotes, horror games that aren't really horror at all. They have horror thematics, but they're not actually games that are supposed to scare you or, you know, leave you feeling awake at night. Like, this is an action game, pure and simple, though it does have some gory horror elements. But, honestly, for the longest time, we didn't really know how to differentiate. Comparable to what we can do now, a lot of, air quotes, horror games back in the day weren't, well, scary. turn your light on, mate. I don't think we're going to get the machine pistol this time, are we? Don't worry about that, Vagent Zero. Capcom also repeatedly forget about Darkstalkers. Like, they'll put Armika, or not Armika, they'll put Felicia on just about anything. But will they give Darkstalkers the time and love it deserves? No. I'm not salty, you're salty. Wait, did I just go through... Oh, God, I am a dingleberry monster. Alright. But what's fascinating is, like, we're getting to the point where there is a big differentiation between a horror game and a game with horror thematics. And I think even now we still kind of struggle to describe games. Because there is horror that is scary and there is horror that is not. Ket makes a very, very good point about the technical limitations of the of old. But those were learnt lessons. Like, those are things that we can apply to future titles. You know, it was genuinely... Oh, no, you don't! Fucking snakes. Can't remember what. A medium-sized snake with a unique motif on its pattern. The poisonous glands are removed. It may be eaten. Can be used to restore health. Oh, I can't remember if there's anything we can do with the snakes aside from eat them for health. Does anyone remember? Does anyone else remember? Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? Fucking danger noodles. I guess the AI director thinks I'm doing very, very well. Also, Ket, how are you doing, friend? Tell me your tales. I have been faffing about on Resi Evil today. I'm having a bloody good time with it, but I've definitely slowed down. I've not been my usual self. Not in a bad way, but I don't know. I'd hoped to be able to layer some more Resi Evil facts, knowledge, and breakdowns with you all, and it's not been going that way. Not that I'm having a bad time, but yeah. God, House of the Dead's another fascinating one. That's a big skull. And I'm still fascinated by the success of the Typing of the Dead franchise. Big skull. Bloodborne sends its regards. I mean, Naru, entirely possible. I just, Hey!
Boo.
I'll boo to you too, Andorf. How goes it? It is layering goodies upon us. This is where the sacrificed skulls were kept. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. So... Ket has picked up a 3D printer to help with prototyping. So actually, let me do the... That's what we have the command for. So friends, if you want to see what Ket is currently working on, check out that link. Ket has been making bespoke board games as part of like a group... Oh, excuse me a second, friends. As part of a kind of like group activity. we got to be there for kind of like the inaugural board game creation, which was oh god, it had a wonderful pun title. It was about trying to get rid of a cult as quickly as possible. Oh, I'll tell you what, Ket, if you would like to give these people your pitch, I apologise, friends. My internal organs are in full rebellion, and so I need to nip to the loo again. But I will be back with you all in just a second. I'm so sorry. It turns out eating nothing but pasta salad and coffee all day comes at dark, dark costs. So I'll be back with you all in just a second. Where were we, friends? Where were we? I think we're about to go start some serious trouble and mischief. Scotty, it is going wonderful. The game is exceptional. And Angel Kalina, I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend, alright? Who wants to see what's behind door number 1? It's more heads.
I've got some new items in stock.
More heads.
Come take a look.
Who wants faces? And that was an advert for the bolt thrower, which we did not pick up. Alright.
Why not treat yourself?
Treat yourself. So Red Burning Dragon, I can get the Punisher, but it does less damage than our current pistol. It does have bullet penetration, but right now the pistol's job is basically to stun people, so I can repeatedly kick them in the face. Ah, the TMP.
All my wares are in tip-top shape.
Very handy piece of kit. The bolt thrower is on sale. Special offer. We don't have space for it.
Bang for your buck. I guarantee it.
And currently we don't have any more of the magical little
How have
challenges.
we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate. I'll buy almost anything.
The baby boy being a chaos merchant. No, not good. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a bigger briefcase. Yeah, it's strange. Friends, I didn't really know how I was gonna feel coming back to this. Like I said earlier in the day, I did a big old post up on Facebook about like 2005 Will versus 2023 Will, which does feel like future space time travel magic.
Not seen anything you like, stranger?
I'm just talking, mate. And it's interesting that while there has been some jumps and the action is definitely exceptional, it feels comfy, you know? Like, when we played the remake of Resident Evil 2, that felt tense, you know? There was some scares, there was some legit fucking horror. But this has a familiarity to it. And that's fucking fascinating as a whole. Also, we're gonna save the elegant mask for later, because if we inlay it with more gems, then we can make more cash. Is there anything else to get rid of? So many green herbs. But I do know we've got at least one.
Take all the time you need.
Beastly boss coming
I
up.
knew you were a go-getter. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you.
Yeah, the TMP's not necessary now. We're doing very well, but in the past, the TMP's kind of replaced the pistol for just doing mischief. But yeah, sorry, it doesn't feel like nostalgia, because this is a very, very a very tuned up version. They have eased up on the cheese of it a little bit. Like, we're not really talking to Hannigan very often, our handler. And I remember in the opening to the first one, there being these long old, drawn out exposition dumps, not too dissimilar to Metal Gear Solid's Codex and things like that.
Time is money, mate.
No, money is money. Don't rush me.
Anything else I can come back anytime.
Peace out here and see what this challenge is. Sell 3 vipers. All right. So we're on a viper hunt, friends. If it hisses, we do it a fucking murder. So yeah, I think that was what I wasn't expecting, as being lulled into this rhythm. It's not necessarily comfortable familiarity. Oh, it's fine, Naru. They know what they did. But...
Hello, stranger.
But there's just something about its setup, its construction. There's a fluidity to it that the original had so well that they have not lost. Yeah, money time. Time money. And you're right, we could pick up maybe the machine pistol, but that feels a bit excessive. Like, honestly, right now I'm like, why don't we just beefcake up some of our existing goodies, you know? Because, like, look, we do this, move a couple things around, and we now have space for the machine pistol. But we've already got the shoddy too hotty. Decisions. Also, I'm pretty sure we end up replacing the OG pistol, right?
Ooh, what you buying?
The combat knife is forever.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
And beefcaking the power for the shotgun is always fucking wonderful. Jonas is saying if you upgrade a weapon, you get your money back after selling it, so feel free to upgrade freely. Okay. So, like, upgrading the rifle, which we know we'll replace later. That makes sense. And... okay, you know what? For now, we're just going to repair and increase durability on the knife.
Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. Wielded, pleasant travels.
But later on, especially once we've got the snakes all murdered. So yeah, keep an ear out for any rampant hissing. But no, I'm just... like, that's where I'm at right now. Trying to put this all into words is not impossible, but complicated. If I can remember this bit. Now, can we clack the bell from here, I wonder? That is to say, is there any value in clacking the bell? Real tempting. You'll want to fuck around and find out? Actually, so Scotty, here's the wild thing. This lot had to bully me into getting the sniper rifle. I was going to get the setup. We don't need a pole. I'll spend a bullet on doing something stupid. It did not work. I had good intentions. It did not work.
A church. I made it.
Un forastero!
Oh, heathens.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder.
You know I can hear you, mate.
Agarradlo.
Job's done. Yeah, PVS, I've been working on it for a while. You know how it is when you're building churches. Solo project. Oh, more resources. Sorry, I got quiet there because I was listening for more hissing. We are absolutely not a cult. Lizzie, thank you for cementing the truth. Oh shit! I think I heard a hissing sound there. It's absolutely not Naru writing SSSSS in chat. No, no, no. Oops, sorry, bear with me just a second. Sorry, someone sent me a message saying congrats on the 2-year work anniversary, and I'm like, firstly, it's 5. Secondly, thank you. Alright, I know we're about to get ambushed. I remember this area. This is definitely one of those like. Oh shit! Friends, I don't know if you heard that. There's definitely a snake nearby. Or a very angry crow. Definitely one or t'other. Sorry, PVS being like, it's just someone who has a very low opinion of your first few years of work. I mean, ouch. True, but ouch.
Damn it. Condor 1 to Roost. The church is sealed up.
And Baby Eagle?
Negative. Nothing yet. But they sure do have this place locked up tight.
I see. I can think of one reason they'd want to do so.
Oh, she's here. That's for sure. I'll find a way in. Condor 1, out.
Yeah, I kind of feel like our handler has been just downgraded to barely even a side character, you know? Starting to feel a tinge of guilt. Oh. We found a way in by walking. Okay, so it says, keep her locked in the church until the appropriate time. Big map, okay. The key will be inside the cave on the other side of the lake. The monster will deal with the fool intruder.
Lake. Let's hope for no more surprises.
Let's hope for no more surprises. Jumps down a pitch black hole. Oh, okay. So this is continuing on to where we need to go. Let me go back and explore a little bit more. Try and find some more snakes. And yeah, so Scotty, we set Longship Day as like the
Dark holes in spooky abandoned churches, always a good idea.
Never any downside. Also a great name for a potentially goth-themed album. Ooh. The traitorous twins should not be allowed to rest in peace for joining that evil cult. Won't anyone destroy the emblems engraved upon their tombstones? Destroy 2 tombstone emblems. Ah, lovely. Oh, an elegant headdress. Love to see it. Love to see it. Alright, so we've just got to go back, desecrate a little, just a little bit of tombstones, and then jobs are good. I will say, the one thing I've noticed is probably because I've got this set to headphone audio rather than standard. I tend to find that if I put it to headphone audio, it's clearer for you lot. But they're not differentiating height in this, which there's a couple of games out there that don't, and it always gets challenging. All right, so
something from Kaldry and me.
Oh, fucking yo! Fuck! Here I am being, like, monosyllabic and stupid, and you're... fuck. Red Bolt, thank you. I hope you and Keldra aren't going too loopy bananas with the kids at home. Hopefully, my even vague murmurings have provided something resembling grown-up conversation. But, no, seriously, that's a fuck ton of money. Thank you. Alright? We are absolutely hurting for it at the moment, so yeah. You do not know how fucking grateful I am. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Also...
Sure. From both of us, and I knew it all along.
Absolutely. Never doubted you, Keldra. No, but seriously, thank you for the bits as well, and Legend and everybody. But yeah. Thank you. That's all I want to say is just thank you. Hey, baby Tara. What's up, Amos? These people just donated money so we can all keep living. Chorus, that's a good point. I should use the knife instead of wasting bullets. But have you considered desecration?
Okay.
Yahoo!
Amos stream.
Oh, and Chorus, you're being entirely fine. I'm being silly buggers. PBS, I can't even offer an Amos stream. The boy has chaos in his heart right now. And his 2 states are Sleepy Cuddles mode and or chaos! It has made this week challenging, to say the least. But we're getting by. Okay. Alright, yeah, I definitely need to make some more rifle bullets, because it's taking up too much space. Oh yeah, and Scotty, absolutely. The theory that people have put forward that makes the most amount of sense is that because Amos is a rescue, and, you know, the poor guy never really got to be a puppy, But he's just... Now that he's somewhere that he is safe and happy, like, he's just full-time puppy mode. And I can definitely understand that, you know? Actually, that's a good point. Bacon, I don't have an Amos voice. Also, does anyone know where I can find some more snakes? Welcome back to Sniper Elite. That guy is super dead. When just killing them isn't enough, burn the corpse, salt the bones. Now, I can't remember, with that one out there, Chaunerus, we have to move it in before we open it up, right? And Red Bunny Dragon, Tiny Napoleon comes in later. Yeah. Now, I don't actually know how many testicles Napoleon Bonaparte had, so we'll be finding out together.
All right.
This fucking rifle is paying off dividends. Why did I even think about not getting this? Ow! It is a very tough snake. Ah! Oh, bullshit and chips, did you survive that, mate? I didn't realize y'all were using special magical bullshit. Ah! See, Naru, in my brain, it was always because snakes eat eggs. That's why if you killed them, they'd spit out eggs, because that's what snakes eat. God, I wonder if it's illegal to make a game where you snipe Margaret Thatcher. Sorry, there's a... Will throws random thoughts out in the wild. Because, like, if you make a game where you practice, like, killing a real person, right? That's not okay. Oh. I'm missing that drunk kid. Ow! Oh, not just! Hadouken! Yeah! Crispy that corpse. Oh, PBS is not in the US. Okay. Because, like, parody only covers you for, like, well, humorous parody and things like that. If you make a video game where you kill a real person, you know, that could be construed as a threat of violence. And then shit gets messy, right? But Margaret Thatcher's not alive. This guy's just being obnoxious, mate. Dude had a... Dude had the god bottle looking after him and thought he was invincible. That's not how it works, mate. That's not how it works. There's more goodies there. I do also agree with you, Chaunerus, that shooting a snake with a shotgun at that range should not have left much snake left. Sorry, I know I'm bringing up very odd topics today, but you know, it's just got me thinking. Because there is a team that's made a mod, which is... Oh, it's like Thatcher's Doom Base. It's a Quake mod where basically Thatcher, in their final form, is a gigantic hell demon. You know, the thing that we pretend Margaret Thatcher wasn't actually, but we all knew. We all knew was. Oh, it's luring me down with goodies, and I'm falling for it. Okay. Oh yeah, so that falls right the way down. Oh, it's gonna get sad when these guys start popping up with their, like, super parasite heads, but until then... Stinks. Okay, yeah, so we do get it with the boat later. Thank you! God. It's kind of like when we went back and played Bloodborne. I've never had this much in the way of resources when playing a Resident Evil game. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty bloody good. But yeah. The idea of doing like a Sniper Elite game where you get to take out famous villains in history would be kind of fun. Ah, and Dustin, yeah. Thatcher's Tech Base was the name of the mod. Oh, sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Okay. The other thing I've been thinking about is how, as complicated as they probably were to create, I would really have loved more of the good levels from Hitman Sniper Challenge. Like, the idea of using a sniper rifle to just cause mischief and chaos would be brilliant. And the idea of doing it to famous figures in history who absolutely have it coming. I don't know, like, I could go for that. Oh, yeah, we get into the arena. Hey, Fred, the longship has stood longer than several British Prime Ministers. There's a list of things that I've out-survived. Alright, so we've killed... And I did collect the other snake, yeah. So I've killed 2 snakes, sold 1, so I need to find 1 more.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
Leon! Why? God, I bet there's no one around here who'd be big enough to smash my face in with that. Alright. We need to shoot 5 blue medallions. Yeah, apparently Leon's just asking for trouble. Man, those crows are big. I'm sorry, everybody. Remember, not dogs, just shit werewolves. Yeah, Dustin, sorry, Chaunerus, I remembered how you clear out that area, and I was like, oh, this is how you get all the goodies. Like, I'm sorry, crows. It's not my fault you're full of delicious, delicious goodies. There's something in there. No, he's just doing a big old yell. This is definitely where we're gonna do the ogre fight. And Fred, my headcanon's always been the reason why the dogs are carrying... Oh. Thank you. It smells fucking brilliant, thank you. I got food! I'm not trying to make people jelly with all of these, but like, check out this. Oh. Yeah, Naru, yoga fighting. It's what Dalsim does, you know? Everyone knows that one of the most important things about yoga is its offensive capabilities. Sorry, somebody already did that skit about how... Like, wait a second. You keep telling everybody that you fight using yoga. Right, there's one... treasure. Keep an eye out for them blue medallions. Sorry. I am half finishing so many sentences. So, one, it is stir-fried beef and veggies. Because...
Fighting using yoga sounds like a Jackie Chan movie.
I'd probably watch that. And yeah, there's a whole skit online about how Dalsim is basically just like an unhinged pyromaniac making up reasons to be able to set people on fire. Red Bolt, I wanted to say thank you again. I don't know if anyone has explained to you how it works around here, but... As you have taken the Jarldom, that does mean that you get like a Jarl's decree. What will you do with that power? And the sentence I keep half finishing is that around here we're going to be fighting a gigantic ogre boss if it follows step with the original. And I thought it was here, but I guess it's in the next little area. Mm. Probably shouldn't have used all of the flashbangs. Just keeping an eye out for the medallions, because now we know that the little like rare currency gets us the good shit. Okay, and those altars, we start opening them up later. All right. No, Fred, no, it's absolutely yoga. That's what Dalsim said. He uses the fighting power of yoga, which is totally legit, not a thing he made up. Street Fighter character wouldn't lie so they could commit arson. No, no, no. God, is it that time already? Alright, I'm just making sure I haven't missed anything. Can't open that yet, and the merchant's around the corner, but Oh, I missed some bullets back in the quarry? God, what is up with me? I'm getting fucking lazy in my old age. Fred, the answer to that question is it's because of the tiny in-flight sodas. Those are just really obnoxious and costly to acquire by itself. Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, that's not happening. Lizzie, I'm not in the habit of lying on stream, and I mean, what could I say nice about myself? Boy, I sure have played a lot of Resident Evil. There is nothing of value or note in this here fleshy meat sack. So even the Jarl may decree it, but much as the Jarl's decree cannot stop the waves crashing against the shore. Where's that bloody snake? Says that Sally McVender's over here. Hey, old Joe. Weirdly, I remember this place.
Okay, time for everyone to say nice things about Will.
Oh, shit. PVS, though. Thank you. And again, Red Bolt, I don't mean to waste your Jarl's decree. Oh, a hexagonal piece. That's a rocket launcher. You got one of them going spare? Instead of letting your unused guns collect dust, why not sell them and spend the extra cash to upgrade a weapon that you do use?
Care of a request.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
Good stuff, stranger.
Yeah.
Ooh, what you buying?
What you selling?
What you see is what I've got.
River. River. No. Friends, I wasn't saying that to... I'm not fishing for compliments. I have not been succeeding very well at anything in my downtime, and I don't know. Yeah. It is what it is, right? But, I mean, PVS, if it isn't affecting your finances too much, then I love the fact that I can inspire people to try games, and the Keldra, it's something that I sincerely hope that I can share the knowledge that I have and make it so that the weird insanities of the video game industry actually make sense. Because most of the time, they don't.
Not seen anything you like, stranger?
Oh, so the elegant headdress does not have anything we can
do you much good in the grave.
That can't be tweaked. Got to sell an extra spot, an extra snake. Jobs are good.
Well done, stranger. Got a selection. Don't get yourself killed now.
Wait, so this is the... Oh, shit. This is the shooting gallery, isn't it? Fuck. I've been told this is one of the few reasons to get a weapon with penetration in it. You can shoot all of the targets all at once. It doesn't use up ammo, if I remember correctly, as well. So, I mean, if you're okay with a spot of minigame flavored nonsense. Okay, so 2 colors. Duo, 2 gemstones of the same color. Trio, 3. 2 duos. So we can only do a 3. And it's better to... Yeah, okay, so it's better to do the Sapphire Trilogy. Yeah, then that's worth, like, 23k. Love to see it. The shooting gallery provides guns. So wait, you're telling me if I shoot good, I get more things to shoot good with? Tell me more.
Why not treat yourself, man? Welcome.
Treat yourself.
What can I interest you in?
I've got a fancy mask you might be wanting.
Thank you.
Alright, there we go. Oh, come on! Alright, what do I have that's worth $1,000? Or like 200. Alright, I'm selling 1 green
Ruby's all
herb.
rubbish. It makes no difference. The price.
Oh no, wait, no, that's not gonna be enough.
That's
Damn it.
our choice to make.
Oh, what can I sell that's worth $1,000? Damn it! Leave me hanging at 68? That's not nice at all.
Come back anytime.
Okay, so Chonra says the shooting gallery gives you weapons setups to complete with that award silver and gold tokens that you spend on a capsule machine to avoid charms. Alright, I mean, it gives me a chance to, like, snack down on my dinner and chat with your lovelies.
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a go at target practice.
It is.
Only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right? If you do well, I'll make it worth your while. Knickknacks and whatnot. Anyway, have fun, mate.
So here's an interesting point. Resident Evil has its ridiculousness, right? Do we encounter the merchant before or after we get injected? Because here's the thing. Despite being in a strange, rundown area, like, look at the ridiculousness of this. Oh man, if I wasn't hungry before, I'd be hungry now. Like, we got pizza, prawns. It's like a steak. Little mini mozzarella. Basil tomato. I think those are just whole-ass potatoes. A couple of bottles of wine. The resident is evil. Due to gacha. Destroy the pirates. Shoot for a high score. Weapons and ammo unlimited. It's all free. Earn tokens for your prizes. Prizes equal charms. Be careful. Shooting a sailor will deduct points from your score. Alright. Jonas, it was. No, so here's what I'm saying. This is either Leon kind of embellishing that he, I don't know, stole guns from like a local weapon shop or something, or Leon's got a living parasite trying to take over his mind currently in his bloodstream. Like, he's gonna start seeing some shit. Like, Leon is currently baked. Sorry, but because Fred was saying that Leon's used too many herbs. Yes, he's subsisting on adrenaline and painkillers right now. We've all been there, Scotty. We've all been there. Oh, so Scotty. is one of the things that, I mean, why Fiona and I get on very well. Fiona also knows how to live on a budget. So this is a big old stir fry. Super tasty, yeah? The meat and the veggies come from one of those like pre-made kits in Freddy's. And if you buy them the day they're about to go off, then they're only like a couple of bucks. And rice is dead cheap. But yeah, so we almost need to consider this whole section to be Leon's full-on hallucination. But then that means, like, how much else about this?
Rely too much on a single weapon and you'll find yourself out of ammo, mate.
Like, at this point, like, Leon's in a weird headspace. But the fact is, like, because it's all told from Leon's perspective, like, I'm not trying to input an unreliable narrator, but just trying to make sense of the bizarrity of having a minigame in the middle of a survival horror. You know, Isaac from Dead Space stopping to play whack-a-mole so he can get a charm for his laser gun. Oh shit. Well, so Moose, I can imagine a person selling guns, but I can't imagine them having a secret, like, super fancy food and wine target range. Alright, well, we'll start with the basics.
3, 2, 1, begin! Superb shot! Reload!
Check you guys. Missed that high score right there. Ah.
And that's the game!
How'd I do? Missed a couple of obvious ones, not too shabby. I know.
You have a knack for this, friend.
I did.
Some of the targets are, well, particularly sturdy. One shot won't be enough for those, I'd wager.
Alright. Let's see if my rifle skills are better.
3, 2, 1, begin! Double kill!
Ah, peoples.
Brilliant! You're an artist, mate! Superb shot! Reload!
Yeah, I had to get the last bastard.
Very good! Incredible! Brilliant!
Ah, piss.
Quiet, stranger!
In my defense, I only winged him.
Penalise you for that, I'm afraid.
I only winged him! He's fine.
I dare say we've underestimated you, mate. 3, 2, 1, begin! That's it!
go. Right. Yes!
You're an artist, mate.
I'll piss every bin.
Incredible. That'll do it.
Should have gone for pistol. No weapon penetration, but it is what it is.
We were right about you, stranger. Do come again.
All right. So pop in 3 tokens, give it a whirl. Let's see what it gets us. Okay. So soldier with hammer, 20% handgun craft bonus frequency. Okay. Alright, so I've got to do one more to get one more spin of it. Alright. I mean, friends, if we decide that we want to keep going with this Resi Evil playthrough, this does mean that I've got something I can kind of faff around with off stream. Just pop some domes and whatnot.
Rely too much on a single weapon and you'll find yourself out of ammo, mate. 3, 2, 1.
I could Red Birding Dragon.
Oh, beautiful. That's the stuff. Superb. Reload. That's it.
Ah, I missed the last bloke. I always forget about him.
Not every day I see a performance like that. You're something else, you are.
Chona says, in order to do that, you have to save in one of the places that has access to this room. Okay. So that's something to do, like, later. Okay. See, I'm learning. Like, friends, I've been genuinely looking forward to playing this. It has been very hard not to just cheekily boot it up and, you know, have a little look around, have a little trundle about the village. Oh. So the usual rules apply, alright. Uh, 15% magnum ammo craft frequency. Alright, so I can now craft more pistol ammo if I want it. Alright. Anyway, that's enough pop-in targets. But we'll definitely feck around with this more later. Oh. And, Lizzie, I hope it didn't come across mean-spirited. Like, you'll do so much to keep me upright, and I'm just in a funk at the moment. I did something that I specifically said I wasn't going to do, and I've kind of been, not kicking myself, but kind of been thinking like, God, what a dingus.
Ooh, you have the stench of battle on you, mate.
Right, we can equip our charms. There we go. So 15% handgun ammo. Oh, alright, then we get 3 as well. Oh yeah, no, Invasion, I know, like, you'll totally understand it. And it's not something I want to go into today. Like, I am gonna take the weekend to kind of ponder things and, you know, basically look at our fiscal ducks and see where we're at. But the next few weeks are going to be a big challenge, and how that gets tackled is going to be Well, once I've had time to actually like stop and plan and think, I'm sure I can come up with something. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah. You know what, Lizzie, Dustin, my original veto was a good call to make. Sorry, I don't mean to have the fucking poor me's about me, you know? Yeah, Naru, it is. But the irony being is that it's something that, you know, when you have the time and the brain space that, you know, sometimes the way to sort it is actually pretty bloody obvious. It's just working it out, you know? Also, check it out. As we move around the case, we have our little charms on, and they jangle about. Freaking love this game. Also, we got to start crafting either some... I guess we'll craft some more shotgun ammo. Because we're stacking up on all the resources. But yeah, Naru, that's the problem. Sometimes brains just say no. So, yeah. Oh. So, yeah. Yeah, the charms are 3D renders, and what's fascinating is they're much more interesting to collect than the bottle toppers from OG. Now, this was something that I really should have looked into, but are bottle toppers a big deal in Japan? So actually, let me see if I can find them. So they're basically like little collectible action figures. Resident Evil 4 bottle, I think bottle caps. Yep, they call them bottle caps. All right. So yeah, this is what the collectibles looked like in OG Resident Evil, and the idea is, I guess they were like action figures on the top of bottle caps, and it struck me, I've never actually looked into whether this is a thing in Japan. Like, gacha toys absolutely are, we know that, but like, is that a thing? Also tutorials, I need you to just, there we go. Okay, and by my understanding, this is stuff we can spend at the end of the game. Right.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
I think the knife is definitely worth a bit more cash as well.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
So I'll spend 10k on...
There you are.
Oh man, and increasing the durability doesn't get you your repairs. That's shenanigans. We don't have space for any new guns, but like the shoddy 2 hottie and the rifle, they break face.
Could be the difference between life and death.
Oh, Vajin was saying the knife was the first weapon they maxed out, just as the good Tofu instructed. Oh shit, we didn't even talk about Tofu. Okay, my brain is not recalling good facts today, but I believe they came up with some ridiculous reason in the Resident Evil 2 remake as to what tofu is. But suffice to say, you used to be able to unlock... Oh, PVS. Sleep well and have a lovely rest of your weekend, friend. I believe tofu was available in Resi 1 if you completed it under either certain circumstances or a certain ranking, I forget. But basically...
Time is money, mate.
Shut up, mate. When starting Resident Evil 1, you chose between Chris and Jill. And was it like Chris had better weapons, Jill had the lockpick set, and I think an extra health item at the beginning? Tofu just starts with the knife and that's it. The hardest character to play as in the whole of the STARS Special Tactics and Rescue Squad is a gigantic piece of sentient tofu. What? Sorry, jumping back into chat. Naru is saying that the first figurine atop a bottle cap was Pepsi Man. Fucking hell.
Molding a weapon, dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. See how that feels, mate. A fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death. A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
I know what you're trying to tell me, mate. Knock it off. I'm not terrible at this.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right.
So it started in 1998, the year Raccoon City got bombed. My God. That, Vajan, that's probably where Tofu got their strength. It was fucking funny, though, in the Resi 2 remake, that Tofu was actually a character. They had a belt, they had like a weird, like, ha-ha kind of voice. It was included like the DLC chapters. Wait, was that 2 or 3 that had Tofu and Hunkin? Oh my God. Friends, apparently I've just lost the ability to recall information today. I am officially smooth brain. No thoughts, head empty. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. Okay. It was in 2. Thank you, Patient Zero.
Anything you like, stranger?
I think 20k for that last upgrade is a little much right now. But
this kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see.
Yeah, that'll do us
a
for now.
A well-tuned weapon can make a pleasant travel.
Pleasant travels. What kind of pleasant travels? I just gave you a stupid amount of cash. Alright.
Hello, stranger. Ja.
Goodbye, stranger. John says again, before you leave, go to the docks. So do you mean down that way? Down this way? Because doesn't this begin the next section? Or do we need to head back up to where we were? The brain has been replaced by pasta and or tofu. Alright, down the ladder. Roger, Roger! Wait! My name's Leon Kennedy, and I don't give a toss about my knees. Crunch. Okay, so there's a bunch of treasure chests down here. Do you mean like that one? Exo, I did see... Well, so Exo, right now, EA said they're not going to spool up development of a sequel to Alice Madness Within. Oh, I know that sound. Get here, fork. Megalin's like, any landing you can walk away from is things you will have to tell a medical professional about later. I thought I saw a bit of the old blue there, but no, I think I'm just hallucin-smelling. Yeah, that's water. I thought it was one of the gems. Jonas, I got a medallion in the boss room. I don't know if I got multiple. Currently on my on the requests, I've done only one. I checked the map. I didn't see any others pop up. Yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3. So yeah, there's 4 more medallions that way. And that was the treasure that was hanging off the side there. We'll grab that later. Sorry, so jumping back. So EXO, I did see that American McGee was done, said they were done with video games. People have said that in the past and changed their mind. I would definitely be done with dealing with EA, if that's the only choice I had video game-wise. That's for bloody certain. There is also the possibility that somebody else wants to fund a sequel, and that would change things a lot. But I think it's EA currently hold the license, yeah? Yeah. EA do hold the license. Okay. So it's entirely possible that we'll get something that's more akin to a spiritual successor. Because EA, like most of everybody right now, are just not prepared to take risks. Oh, interesting. Exo says they only recently got the license back. I thought it was EA that had been hanging on to it. That's fascinating. Fish. I can't get that fish. Ah, piss. Honestly, as an FYI, friends, fishing in this game is not worth it, because later on, just throw flashbangs in the water. That is not a person. That is not a person. So, EXO, I haven't looked into it as much as I've done other things. So, yeah, if it is the case that, like, EA's been hanging on to it, or there might have been a weird split publishing agreement, because American McGee's Alice was an EA-published game, if I remember rightly. I don't remember if it was made in-house, but it certainly was a lot of a something.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
Alright, so we came down from there. So, is this the way we're going? Did we come down this way? Fuck, I am so turned around right now. Oh, yeah, no, it's up here into the arena, isn't it? I'll give it another second just so I can put a little bit more food in my gob before I have to fight bastard tier boss battles. I will say though, EXO, while I am sad we're not going to get more, I do kind of understand it. Because like I said, everyone's incredibly risk averse right now, and I don't know how well the last Alice game did. But one thing that was really interesting is that Alice Madness Returns and its follow-up, they were successful. They definitely broke a lot of ground, at least in terms of their like visual design. Hey, Invasion Zero, I'm super glad I could share it with you. I love this franchise, I fucking loved the original, and yeah, I mean, I'll probably be apologizing for the rest of the evening for how like sucked in I'm getting in on it, but I'm fucking loving it, so heckin' yo. Ah, okay. Excellent. Thank you for looking into that one. Alright. Let's go break some faces. Oh. I honestly thought we were about to be straight into the arena. Oh, fuck. These guys aren't going to be in Resident Evil 5. Oh, shit. No, I just remembered what this boss fight is like. It's the worst, because you repeatedly get knocked out of where you're supposed to be.
Looks like there's something over there.
You get repeatedly knocked out of your seat, followed by having to panic swim back. It's going to be bad times. It's a big fish. It's not a good fish. It's a big fish. Well. Yeah! Red Burning Dragon. Yeah, let's try doing a spot of fishing from the docks. What's the worst that can happen? Again, I made a video about this. It makes me so happy, the amount of people that have been trolling people who are new to the franchise. Alright, boat fuel is stored in the generator. Processing building with the fish farm. Only take what you need. I'm taking everything. Alright, so where's that bloody gem? EXO, I did the same because I was so low on healing items when I first approached this that it kicked my ass. It did not go well. What have you got there? A knife! No! Yeah, so when I went to take on this boss, I didn't have the goodies I needed, so I started fishing up all the items I could find. And it cost me everything. Yeah, in Resident Evil, you're the bait. Alright. There's a medallion around here somewhere. And then who wants to go fishing? Oh, look at that big catfish. Alright, I don't know how quickly this thing will come at us, but yeah, so you see the fish there. Oh, fuck! Okay, look. Listen, usually you have to kill 3 fish, alright? Well, Mr. the Big Fish is not fucking around anymore. Oh, we've got to do all that again. He's been working out. He knows what's up. Ket, it wasn't that I was bad at the fishing game. It was the unfortunate truth that I was a little bit too good at the fishing game. I didn't think it would skip us all the way back here, though. Alright, let's go get into trouble. Now, I wonder, can we snipe from up here? That would be fucking sweet. It's worth a try. Lame. Red Bunning was saying that the OG death was better. It was a lot more sudden, but that still got me. I knew it was coming, but I thought we had I thought we could fire a couple of shots. That's nightmare fueled.
Looks like there's something over there. Damn, look at the size of that.
Look at the size of that castle. Ah, Bloodborne. Good to see you. We never left Bloodborne. We never left Bloodborne. The interesting thing is going to be seeing if it gives us different items. Because the AI director knows that we've died. So whether or not it thinks we're having it too easy or takes pity on us or what have you. Mildly fascinating. Is it still a knife? It is a knife. Yeah, Exo, just because you leave Bloodborne doesn't mean Bloodborne leaves you. Hand grenades. I should use those. Oh yeah, and Scotty, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, not as much ammo this time. Interesting. Like a little, but still. Interesting. So in some games, RNG will be baked in. Oh, sorry. What that means is like, so in XCOM, right? If you get a 30% chance to make a shot, hello, Amos. For a larger portion of parts of that game, the outcome is already pre-baked, right? It's a bit time travel-y when you stop to think about it, but it's the idea of like, even before you flip the coin knows what it's going to land on. So that if you like try and load the save game again to get a different outcome, it won't work. But with this and with other games, the RNG is different each time. And especially with this one because it has the AI director making tiny changes. Nice and slow. Let's see if we can see anybody. I can certainly hear them. Can we see them? So I sure as shit do not remember this section. damn it, that made me jump.
Shit. God damn it.
Right? Oh, fuck you, bulldozer. Get fucked. Ah! God, I love this game. Oh, what the shit? Granny, no! Alright, I'll take the get more health potion. Oh! Cheap move, Grandad. Cheap fucking move. Fucking cheap bastards, I tell thee. Okay, yes, maybe I was being a bit cheap, bringing a grenade to a knife fight. Ow! Oh, you are paying for that later. Oh, look, more grenades. Ah, Joris, were you worried? You know I got this. God, it's not like I've died to incredibly stupid reasons earlier in the stream. No, no, no. I win! Aww. Did Leon hurt his little... There we go. Now, once we go back, sell that, we get more spindles. Inventory Tetris goes. Good. Back up here. Okay, let's see if there's any more that we can see. Actually, checking the map isn't a terrible idea, because there's 2 more left here and some treasure. Love to see it. Love to see it. Right. Now then, now then. Probably not a person to quote. I know there's a bunch of them about to spring out from fucking somewhere. Do you know the other thing that they've really captured, and I can't tell you for sure if it was what happened back in the day, but it did feel like that there's an alienness to the villages. By which I mean that it seems as if the villagers have a reason for what they're doing, but it doesn't always make sense. They're not mindless zombies. Oh, fuck you, mate. Kick him, Leon.
Out of the way.
Oh, still got it. Oh, that's why he wasn't. I was like, why is that guy taking it so fucking easy? No, dude already had a plan. Woo! Yeah, they're purposeful but strange. They're eerie. Hey! Dan, you fucking legend! Bear with me just a second, mate. Pop in a couple domes, you know how it be. Whoop! Miss me! How are you all fucking doing, friends? Hang on. Oh, he did not just! Oh, shit! Holy fuck. Friends, I'm sorry you're all going to get a low-energy Will this evening. I've been very chill. Hero to the people, Dan Jones. How are you doing? What were you playing? Mate, it's fucking great to see you. And at first I wanted to read it as Jehati Unity, Jabro Unity. And then I wanted to read it as an advanced form of, like, computer-engineered jabroni. But thank you for the raid as well. It's lovely to make your fucking acquaintance. How are you doing? Who else is coming in? Reader Geek, Ryla, Afka, Burger, Bubba Jijapa. How are you all doing? What a welcome. And the Matil Barbarian and Reader Geek, what a welcome. So, quick introduction. I'm Will. I worked in video games for 1,000 years, and I do this for a living. Today we've been chipping away at Resi 4, and whilst the Resident Evil 4 remake's a lot more AAA than we would usually be doing stream-wise, y'all don't need me to tell you that this is a very special game in terms of game history, in terms of what it's done, like, fucking yo. So, welcome all. For some weird reason, I just seem to be very zen with it all today. Whereas usually I'd be talking your ear off about games industry nonsense or random facts or what have you. So, yeah. How are you all doing? So I take it with the coordinated strike of these varying groups, you and DJ were doing some cool kid stuff, right? Tell us your tales. Oh, feckin' yo. And all of you throwing follows in, like, seriously, thank you. Well, Reader Geek, as I said, I'd usually be a lot more ha! But for whatever reason, I just can't seem to get up to speed today. But the Longship have assured me that's okay. So friends, welcome. And yeah, so Jebro, as I said, like, what were you streaming? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. So in terms of Resi 4, just in case anyone is avoiding spoilers or what have you, we haven't hit the fish boss, but we have met the fish boss. And I showed these lovely Mother Hubbards what happens when you really want to troll someone who has never played Resident Evil before. We're currently working our way through. I think we have to do the ogre before we do the fish. If we're still doing if the ogre fight's still in this. Oh, lovely. Jero has been playing some New World. Feckin' yo. One of Amazon Game Studios' few successes. Sorry, just a random little facto for you there. Probably because they have to use a strange fork of CryEngine to make their games. And I can't imagine that being a pleasant experience. With love and respect. So yeah. Right, I'm going to keep blasting away at these villagers. And for those of you that are sticking around, yeah. I guess I've got to use one of my gajillion healing items. Although I have enough snake. I can have a little snake as a treat. Okay, well, Jebro, like, thank you for joining in that coordinated strike. I hope your snacks are good, and if we see you later, brilliant. But if not, like, seriously, thank you for the raid. Yeah, you know what? We'll have some snake. We'll snack on down on some. Snack on down on some nonsense. Oh look. I'm not gonna get tired of doing that, friends. God, again, I can't believe I almost talked myself out of getting the sniper rifle in this. I was nearly like, oh, well, I'll get the bow gun because it's reusable, you know, better for the environment and all that. It's like, wait a second, I love sniping in video games. But yeah, as I was saying, I've been surprisingly quiet today. But usually I would be boring you all to tears with just an unhealthy amount of Resident Evil knowledge. Free snakes. Okay. Naru says it's... Oh, nearly blew us right the fuck up there. Sorry, Naru was saying quiet for me, but not quiet in general. Oh boy, I sure do love all of these explosives everyone's leaving around.
Will, having fun with this?
Orchazini, yes, I know. Shocking turn of events, but I'm having a great time. And Bryce was asking about Resident Evil Outbreak Remake when. That's possible, but I have this feeling that after the last two multiplayer outings... that Capcom might be a bit gun-shy about doing more multiplayer titles. Because both the group deathmatch game and the... Oh, what was it? The kind of Dead by Daylight survival game did very poorly. Now, you could make a case that both of those desperately needed dedicated servers, better anti-cheat protection, or at least the ability for users to make their own private matches, but... However, like, you just have to look at Steam and see... not Steam. You have to look at... Steam's reviews to see how poorly they've been received. Resident Evil Outbreak was such a fascinating creature. Oh, an antique pipe. I mean, Varial's hard agree. I think there could be fun made in those spaces of doing like a, you know, you play Albert Wesker trying to set up traps and fuck with people. That could be a lot of fun. But I don't know if Capcom as a team have the chops to put that together. Because the other one is a straight up, like, it's 6 heroes in an environment all trying to kill each other, and that doesn't really fit with Resident Evil's whole aesthetic, you know? But yeah, sorry, for those of you who don't know, so Resident Evil Outbreak was originally intended to be a multiplayer co-op Resident Evil game with much more of a focus on distinct classes and characters. It did okay. The PlayStation Online for the PS2 was not ready for rollout when Outbreak 1 dropped. So it meant that... Oh, can I get around? Ah, yeah, I guess I gotta disarm it there. Boo. More explosions. More snakes, more explosions. I haven't seen that medallion. Oh, God, it's probably, yeah, it's probably underneath me, isn't it? Yep. Right underneath, just down there. Oh. Well, can't get back on up there. Right. But yeah, so Resident Evil Outbreak was released with the intent of it being a flagship product for the PS2 Online, which it really wasn't. I believe the first one had limited online capabilities in Japan, but yeah, Sony's online entrances hadn't been fully rolled out. Hang on. So firstly, why am I using my good knife? Thank you. Secondly, free snakes. Delicious snakes. That's what's for dinner, friends. Chaunerus, I'm going wherever the heck I want. Alright, here comes the party crew. Oh, no way. That was in the noggin. There we go. Hold that thought, friend. Don't. Oh, no way! He still doesn't know where I am! God, I think I feel insulted. But yeah, so, yeah, the game that Bryce is talking about, Outbreak, wasn't bad by any means. It's traditional Resident Evil tank controls, very varied group of people to play as, with the idea being that you all work together and try and survive different scenarios. It didn't do great. Its follow-up did have online capabilities in North America and Europe, and it was okay. There was a zombie elephant in one of them. That was kind of cool. And you're right, like, it was a few years before Left 4 Dead, but it would be the start of Sony struggling. Oh, I wish I could just skip over that. Oh, look at Granny got a crossbow. Well, so you can play that game.
All right.
I love this. Next contestant, please. Coming all the way from downtown Italy, it's that guy. Lads. Shabby. Not too much that we've seen. What's her name? Hannigan, the handler, doesn't seem to have as big of an involvement this time around. But they've kept the cheese, they've kept a lot of the ridiculousness. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm not going to get tired of doing this. You kids done? You kids tuck it out? Yeah. I'm not sorry. But yeah, so it's one of those things, Bryce, where I'd like to see Outbreak attempted now with the tech we have and the understanding of multiplayer and setting groups together and whatnot. Like the idea of multiple people in one Resident Evil environment working together to solve it. However, I don't think current Capcom has the chops on that one. I mean, although we are getting the kind of it's not Dino Crisis meets EDF, but it's Dino Crisis meets EDF. That they recently, I think it was a closed alpha for or something. That looked thoroughly fun. But honestly, I think the only reason why that's not called Dino Crisis 4 is because Dino Crisis 3 did so poorly. They don't want any association. Or they're going to be using the RE engine to try and cook up a Dino Crisis reboot. And they want to make sure those two are nice and distinctly different, you know? That's my other bit of gambling money on that one. Because, yeah, it's no secret that everyone's theorizing that Capcom's going to do Dino Crisis at some point. Alright, you bastard! I know you're in there! So it's to my right. Okay, so it's in here. Stab the fish! Catching lunch. Ha-ha! Black bass! Alright, we're gonna make some... We'll make some shotgun ammo. Make some space, because I do like shoddy ammo. Black bass! Fish! Black bass! Delicious! Food poisoning? What's that? So many fish in here. But yeah, so Shabby, going back, the story seems spot on. Oh man, that's gross. You know, we're here to rescue the president's daughter. We're Secret Service by way of...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Secret Service by way of stop that incessant clicking.
That's all of them.
Okay, I think we've got everything out of here. Oh yeah, Chornos, that's a good point. You can't get a tummy ache when you already have a living parasite trying to take over your body. Oh, small key, love to see it. Yeah, I'm eating for two. Alright, so... I think that's all the goodies we can fish up in here. Yeah. Let's continue. We've cleaned this place out. Oh, and sorry, where are my fucking manners? I'm all over the place today. Lizzie, thank you for gifting a sub to Bryce. That's fucking cool of you. Can I offer you an egg in this trying time? Boat fuel. It's fuel for your boat.
This is what I'm talking about.
Alright, so I guess we're not fighting the ogre? We might be fighting our way out of this. That would be very in keeping. Yeah, we'll go up and over. If they want to ambush me, then they can climb up this annoying stairs and fall off a lot. For my amusement. Oh, did I wanted to call them El Gigante. If they came on, if they show up later on in the story, then I'm just misremembering. I actually put a thing on Twitter earlier today, which was me when I played the 2005 original versus me now. Let me tell you, 2005 Will, definitely a dingus. Oh, also, we're absolutely going to go back to the merchant before we do the boss, because, one, I'm not doing that whole section again. I want to save. I want to get rid of these bloody snakes. I'm sick of these Monday to Friday snakes. This monkey flipping plane. Oh, excuse me, mate. I've got loads of dead snakes to sell you. I heard you bloody love snakes. Well, these ones are dead. Is that better?
So that's a request done and dusted, eh? A job well done deserves payment in kind.
Love to see it.
What you buying?
What are you selling? Alright.
I'll buy almost anything.
How much do we get for the fish? Only 800. Oh, and we can sell the charms as well.
This is what I'm talking about.
I don't get weird with it,
Fine
mate.
work.
To
Ruby's
Bon,
all
Watto and
rubbish
welcome.
makes
Hello,
no
hello.
difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make.
Okay, sorry about that, friends.
Good stuff, stranger. Will that be all then?
Well, we've got 15 of the fucking special. Very tempting.
We like our herbs.
So, Chaunrus, you played a fair bit of
Heal a
this.
man,
Do
kill a
we
man,
need to start saving
hate
stuff
them
up?
all.
Is there more to be coming? Because it feels like the yellow diamond turns into a buttload of cash. The yellow herb is more health, so those are both semi-useful depending on how much I get my ass kicked. The laser sight could be useful, but is there anything else coming in the trade space that we want to have like 200 magical gems for? Oh, Naru! Fucking yo! Hello, Amos. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Are you just coming trying to steal my food? You're super allergic and you would have the worst poos ever.
Time is money, mate.
Look at this little face. Look at this little face. Oh, are you going to help me with my Indians? Are you going to help me save the president's daughter? Are you going to be helpful? Or are you just going to be a little chaos merchant? Sorry, for those of you who are new here, this is Amos. Amos is our youngest pup. He is a little sweetheart. He's a rescue dog. And he is more... He's on this side now! Ah! Gundam down! He is the slayer of Gundams. Don't worry, just a flesh wound. Are you little slayer of Gundams? Are you little Gundam slayer? Oh, yours. He is lots of muscle, but his brain is made of shrimp. Well, Naru, you're in luck because the Amos Animu is coming next season. Said Will, lying.
Anything else I can help you with? Come back.
I think so.
Anytime.
Amos, you're fine, mate. Yeah, no, I think we're actually good for items right now. Leon's like, oh hey, it's that dog! Okay. As I said, I'm more low energy today than usual, but we are about to take on a gigantic fish boss, so just wish me luck. I'm sorry. This is going to be a fight. So we've still got to find one more piece to fix, to finish this. Alright, we can do that. And we didn't miss anything from the fish farm. Alright. Fuck sticks. See, Varials, I made a little video fucking months back now, informing people that if they encounter people who stream this game, they should absolutely positively tell them to shoot the fish for the fish boss. Now, I've done it. It's now fucking instant. There's no faffing about. If I clack even one of those fish, it's bad times bears. Maybe in the remake, Leon will just make it through and it'll be fine. There'll be no bad times. The fish pops up and goes, "Hey Leon, it's me, your old buddy Ben. You know, Ben from high school. I'm a giant fish monster now. Boy, it sure is crazy running into you in this lake in Spain. Let's be best friends." And that's how Leon saves the day. That's the new ending. Something tells me it's not going to be that. Ah, fuck, I hate this. No! Thing is, it's not even a crocodile, it's like a fucked up salamander. Leon, you stay in that fucking boat, mate. I'm too used to playing Sea of Thieves. I'm trying to guess where he's going to be.
It's the distant relative of the Megalodon.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
Oh, I'm trying to... I'm trying to fire below the waterline. Boy, that sure is a rare species of creature you've encountered here, Leon. Better make sure you fuck it up, I guess.
Where'd you go?
Someone get Fiona on the fucking line! I got a Meg problem and I need help!
You tough son of a bitch.
Where's me fucking galleon? Also, how is he steering it with his arms? Good idea, mate. Bleed into the water with the super predator. Great idea, Leon. seem to be leaking. Fucking hell. I don't know. That felt weird. Not bad weird, but like, I don't feel like the hero. So yes, the remake has got rid of some of the QTEs. It's definitely not as QTE heavy as the original, but it's also worth mentioning that Resident Evil 4 put QTEs on the map.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sacred body. It begins now. When day breaks, you too will join our covenant to share in my holy blessing forever.
Aww. No liking the tentacles. Ah. But yeah, it's worth noting that Resident Evil 4's success is also one of the big contributing factors to rampant uses of QTEs in video games. Way to stab the boat while you were sleeping, Leon.
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
And Burials, I'm okay with it. Because, like, there were parts of Resident Evil where the QTEs did absolutely accent what they were trying to do and what they were trying to say with it. However, excessive QTEs is the worst for anybody with, like, you know, mobility issues or what have you. You know, they've been better the last, like, week and change, but as I've told a bunch of you, like, I've had a real problem with my hands, and the idea of a game that's purely QTEs just feels exhausting. The other is, especially late game, the QTE segments just become painful. There's one particular segment where you fight your old... I think he was meant to be your, like, drill instructor or your combat friend or what have you. It was a real McDonald Miller kind of situation. But, yeah, you do battle with him, and the entire boss fight is just QTEs. And, God, I'm a little bit fearful that if they'd kept it in, I'd still know the button presses via muscle memory, you know what I mean? Alright. I can hear you all in the distance. You lot of f***ing creepy. Keep me bloody eyes open, don't I? Yeah, can't do diddly squat with a fucking rifle now either. So we're gonna make it through the mystical forest of how the fuck? How about no? Y'all are creeping me out. See now, yeah, now they're slowly turning up the creepy horror thematics. Here we go. fine, everybody. Don't worry about it. So much. I have so many green herbs. Oh, it's that time already. Fuck. Okay.
Un forastero!
You're serious.
Shotgun now very good. Headshots now very bad.
What the fuck?
The fascinating thing is that the whole don't shoot them in the head design originated here. Dead Space would end up taking it to the whole next level with the necromorphs in future console generations, but what was fascinating about this is that the game teaches you, shoot him in the face, right? Shoot him in the gob. Kick him while they're down. Jobs are good. And then at this point, it's like, hey, just kidding. Shooting him in the head is now the worst thing you can do. Enjoy! Oh yeah, we're doing like a little rail shooter next, aren't we? But yeah, so Verials, how have you been doing? I hope your video game's been doing gangbusters. For those of you that are new here and may not have heard of it, Verials made / I think still develops a game called The Void Rains Upon Her Heart, which is a bullet hell Slay the Spire mashup in the best fucking way.
What is this place?
It's also a really good example of doing a continuing narrative in roguelikes. So, if you haven't seen it, check it out on Steam. It is very worth your time.
Some kind of shrine.
Leon, it's a good thing you're pretty, mate, because you're not the sharpest tool.
Same mark from the church.
I wonder what that means. Strange insignia, strange insignia.
Is this the key?
So many hands. I want to say something thoroughly inappropriate about that design, but I'm not going to.
It's the lake.
Ah, so there is Big Monster. Oh, there's an inlet where things get worse. Oh, good. Ah, so there's tiny inlet where things get worse. And there's the castle. This is fine. This is fine. Nothing bad happened. The end. Investigate the 2 locations. And Firestrager, good evening. Watto and welcome, friend. I am currently beautiful himbo Leon S. Kennedy as he flippy swishes his hair through dangerous situation after dangerous situation. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's got the legs for it. I don't know. Old Way Shrine key. Oh, I know what that is. Oh shit! No, those are those are way back. Okay. Oh my god! How is it 9:30 already? Also, we need to get a rare golden egg. So, sorry chickens, it's going to be a bad time for you, but... Oh yeah, in this section, I think we actually have to sail around with the boat ourselves. There we go. Yeah. Training us for later on when we have to do. Leon. Love you, buddy, but what are you doing today? Oh, we can just run him over. Fucking yeah! Right, who wants to go do some fucking wheelies in a boat? So it does beg the question, is it still a wheelie? Is it still a wheelie if you don't have a... Oh, and we can open this up as well. Fucking yeah. If your vehicle doesn't have wheels, can it still be a wheelie? I like to think that a wheelie is a state of mind, you know? And can we have these barrels refreshed? Apparently, yes, we fucking can. Love to see it. Love to see it. But yeah, to those of you who've just joined us, I did not realise it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Fucking hell.
I have something I think you...
But I hope you're all having yourself a splendid Saturday. A bunch of people have been sending me pictures from SakuraCon and Hangouts, and I will admit I have more than a tinge of the FOMO. Of course, I've just come back from GDC, and I did
something new for you. What you see is what I've got.
Fucking yes! Sadly, it's only single use, which makes it less useful, but still. Oh yeah, obviously...
A decent size, but size ain't everything, am I right?
And learning how to make flash grenades.
Knowledge is power. Remember that, mate. Thank you.
Alright, you can have the fish as well.
Not bad.
It's not like the fish cost us anything. And we could probably go down to the fucking docks and just murder fish now until we have stupid money.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
So there's there's the stock.
How
for
have we
TMP.
procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate.
Ooh. So we can turn the elegant mask into a crap load of cash. That is an expensive scope. But a special shiny attaché case increases drop rate of resources large. Now I think about it, we haven't... oh no, a resources large is what we're doing to build, to put together rifle ammo, aren't we? Ah, decisions.
Will it come back anytime?
Fuck yeah. Oh. I tell you what though, friends, I may bring our adventures to a close here, because I did not realise. Well, now I know why I've been like fucking zoning out while we've been hanging out and streaming. It's because it's nearly 10 o'clock at night. I've been going for 7 hours. Fucking hell. Makes me feel a little bit better about not being good conversational bantermancer. Jafar James, what a welcome. Like, we don't have to all leave right now, but I think, like, saving here and at least stopping on Resi 4 isn't a bad idea. Now, I'll ask the long shit probably in Discord later on if this is something you'll want to see more of, if this is something you want to keep streaming. You know, we are absolutely drowning in brilliant games right now, so if this is something you all want to see played through, absolutely wonderful. If not, don't worry about it. And Greybeard, what and welcome. Hello. Yeah, I did not realize it was so late. I guess that's another power of this fucking game, yo. So yeah, I am intrigued with some of the changes that have already been made. Less QTEs, that makes me happy. We haven't been chased by a boulder yet. I can't remember if that happens sooner rather than later. And I find that we are definitely exploring the environment more. It feels less video gamey when we're in the village areas and what's happening. So, like, the game is complete with quite a lot of new additions and new changes that are, at least in my humble opinion, very welcome. But I feel like this is something I'm going to have to digest. To those of you who just joined in today, like I said, I binged the 2005 GameCube version so hard. And to the point where coming back to this does kind of feel like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like nostalgia. It doesn't have that same, I can't describe it, it doesn't have that same emotional feeling, but it sure does have a smoothness and a rhythm to it that blows my tiny mind. It is also fascinating that, considering how long Resident Evil's been going as a franchise, that it's still a big seller. It's still one of the powerhouses in the space, you know what I mean? Oh, okay, so Varial said the boulder chase was replaced by the little rock slide. Ah, okay. It makes a lot more sense. While I've not spent much time in the Spanish countryside, I don't think there's a lot of boulders. But again, that was another one with, you know, removal of QTEs for improvement. Also, I hadn't read Parasite when I first played, you know, RE4 back in the day, and now I have, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, okay, I get it now. I get where the tendrils with blades idea came from. At Red Burning Dragon, I know we've said this throughout the day, but it does warrant saying again, yes. Leon needs to be able to, or needs to at some point in this game, kick a boulder in half. Because Chris is out there just pumping iron, and Leon spent this whole time snap-kicking fucking punching bags in the gym. Dude's been practicing to kick someone who's about 9 feet tall. Like, you see Leon down Planet Fitness doing nothing but just wailing roundhouse kicks on the punching bag. Well, Varials, I'm definitely looking forward to churning into it more. Wait, the Boulder Punch got canonized in RE8. That's fucking brilliant. And one of the things we were talking about before you all came in on raids is like, what are the likely things that Capcom will do next? If I had to guess, I'd probably say Code Veronica before 5, just because Resident Evil 5, and sorry for those of you who've been throughout the day, I know I'm kind of repeating points at this stage, but RE5 has some very uncomfortable tone to it that I don't think is overtly bad. However, it does feel a little bit gross and weird playing as a beefcaked armed American dude running around and just beating the living shit out of a poor African shantytown, you know what I mean? God, verbals don't. That's verbals. No, varials. God, okay. I am officially tired. I had 3 runs up. But before we roll credits and say thank yous, I also would love to see Resident Evil 0 and 1 get this level of treatment. 0 would definitely benefit from it. And 1 is a lot. It's a tall fucking order to try and remake this. It's not impossible. But they did it once before. The OG Resident Evil 1 remake was incredibly well done. So, I would say it's been a long day, friends. It's been a long day. But you all have been fucking great. So, okay. I'm going to roll credits, and then I will find someone to pass your lovely selves onto. Considering the behemoth raids from DJ and Jabro, it feels only right that we find somebody who's having a Friday night and just turn it up to 11. I won't be on tomorrow, as you well know. Maybe Monday, who knows? But we'll be officially starting again on Tuesday. Next week, at some point, we are doing Wanted Dead, because this represents peak Japanese game development. But I want to show you, like, that old, scrappy, janky, you know, the kind of team that made Yakuza back in the day. I want to show you that style of Japanese game development. I really want to. So, yeah. Prepare yourselves for absolute peak B-movie cheese next week. Oh, also, I guess here's a little announcement for you all. I was going to put it up, but, I mean, you'll see it on Tuesday. So Patrick Gill, one of Polygon's video team, I think he goes by Pizza Suplex. He's going to be joining us on the show on Thursday. We're going to be talking about his work, his deconstructions on games, and truck nuts on mechs, which is actually, unironically, a brilliant video and worth your time. So we have a cool guest. It's going to be a good day. But I have officially hit the wall, you lovely mother hubbards. So in this calm and tranquil safe room, Naruhoodie, nice. I need to say a lot of thank yous, and I will sit down and chat with you all about Longshipian finances and nonsense in the new week, but I think I'm just going to take a couple of days to breathe and to plan. To Red Bolt, I need to say another massive thank you, because, like, donations are what let us buy food, and we are fucking hurting right now. So thank you. To Some Numbers, Megaboss, Stepagen, Bacon Avenger, PVS, Very Doubtful Guest, Keldra, Wolfcrad, Vanderbeast, Fearless, Legend of Morad, J-Post, Naruhoodie. Sorry, I fell into the poker rap there, but again, the fact that you're putting bits on the fucking daily means that I'm still here. For that, I'm incredibly thankful. To Shabby Lowney, AFK, BRB, BGGP, Reader Geek, and Matil Librarian, I hope we get to hang out and chat when I actually have my wits about me of game industry nonsense. And to Very Doubtful Guest, Nikon, Unbalanced, Yurok, Bonkan-san, Rishinobi, Sagebell, Miss Jester, Ark of the Conclave, Sharkborn, Ezra Onyx, Fire Songbird, Sir One Brain Salot, I think we'd be friends, Woolly Massacre, Fredericks, Pondius, Handlebar Orion, Aqua Hibiscus, Eeyore, Zeke Death, XO, Malakat Skadi, Fangoriously, the entire country of Spain, Flame Grilled Whopper, have it your way,
Captain on the bridge,
ET3 Stooge, fucking yo, Stammering Gamer, The Man, Andorf, Ortrazini, and Bryson the Robot. Whether Very Doubtful Guest got you with a house call attack or what have you, thank you. And to Heroes the People, Cosm Dan Jones, to Jabro Unity, or Jabronity, and Haze Shift, fucking thank you for the raids. Because one, get to hang out with everybody, which is fucking brilliant, and two, it makes Mr. Twitch happy because the numbers go up, and he's like, oh yes, it is only important to me, Twitchly McTwitchface, if number go up. And that's actually what the owner of Twitch, Mr. Twitch, sounds like. No joke, you can look it up. Right. Okay, so I'm just making sure these people are live before we get going, but I've got 3 choices for you as to where we go next. So, I can offer you Momodora, the long-running platforming Cutie Patootie series. I can offer you Turok 2, The Seeds of Evil. And yes, I do mean the absolute iconic banger from yesteryear. Or, a good friend of mine is popping together a Lego set. Orzine, you want to go Turok too? Fuck it, let's do it. You were the quickest. Plus, Jambo is currently streaming to 2 people right now. So if we show up with like 50 people, we're gonna make their fucking Saturday night, you know what I'm saying? So there we go. Right. You beautiful Mother Hubbards. I will probably not be on Discord this evening, but I hope to be tomorrow. The schedule will be up on Tuesday, but if there's a surprise stream, then fucking yo. I don't think I have anything else to say apart from thank you. Y'all were real patient with me today while I was very quiet and just kind of getting lost in Resident Evil. And, like, I seriously, seriously appreciate that. So thank you, okay? Yeah, I guess if I want to, I can just keep playing the target practice game. Get my shit together, you know? Yeah, Legend, let's break them numbers. Anyway, whatever you do, have an incredible rest of your weekend. Yeah, let us on Discord. No, I think that's it. I'm consistently bad at ending shows because while my brain is entirely Jello and Crab Rangoon, I still don't want to say goodbye. So yeah, have a great weekend. Love to you all. I'll see you soon, alright? Alright? Alright. Now, go on, get out of here. Get out of here. You got shit to do. Good night, friend.